Is it gonna work? That's the real question. Is whether or not it's gonna work. Let's check. Because I don't know if it's going to or not. I was trying to go live on the wrong channel. That's okay. Hey, that's okay. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'm live, maybe I'm not. I don't know. There's only one way to find out. There's only one way to know. I am live. This is exciting. But the question is, why can't I see it? We'll get started in this in a minute or in an hour or, you know, whenever. Hey, you know what? I don't stream that often, so give me a break. There it is. I found it. I just had to make sure everything is working good to go. This I can get rid of. This. I can do that. This first part of the live stream is going to be pretty slow anyway. I got some stuff I want to update on the list here. That's annoying. Gotta make sure everything is good to go. I think I'm good to go. I think I'm good to go. We'll never know. I'm good to go. All right. So before I continue on, I added a few new categories. Just use radiography instead. That's for the words that basically are just radiography. And then everything that was ranked below those is actually just badography. I just want to go through the rest of this category quick up to a point, just so I can make sure that all the radiography words are down here. And if I find one later, of course, I can change it and move that around. But, yeah, renography goes down here. I think histography does as well, if I remember correctly. No, not historiography. Histography. Study of historical right. No, that's the wrong word still. All right. A description of bodily tissue. That's not radiography, so we'll just move that down here. Dermography. It took me a minute to figure out how all the live stream stuff works. It's been a little bit. I didn't even have anything plugged in or hooked up or any of that stuff. Thermography, we're gonna move down here. Gynography is, I think, another radiography one. Yeah. Snobography, I'm moving down. Nyctography is moving down here. Xenography. I know for sure I'm going up through gigography. I'm going to move down. It is still used in some centers for visualizing the kidney during intravenous urography. Yeah, I'm going to put that here. Emission of repeated letters. No, that's just a bad word. Not a bad word, but it's just not a good word. Classification of rocks. Bad. Didography, I'm going to move down. Logography, gigography. Hymnography. Oop. You don't need to see that. You can, it doesn't matter. If you want to, you can. Here, look, you ready? There, you can see it, but I don't think you really need to. There's really no benefit to you. Hello, hello. What's going on? Got to get this live stream going. I'm still trying to figure everything out, so you gotta give me a second, because this obviously isn't working. I can't see the chats. Manage. Let's go to this one. There we go. There we go. This'll do it. Now I've got it. Okay. I got it figured out now. We're doing a live stream. Let me pop this out so I can see the chat. So I don't have to sit here and stare at my own live stream. I don't know what time you joined in here, but just in case you just got here, I am updating the list just because I added a few new categories. I felt like one of the, the one category, more like suckgraphy, LOL 420, ha ha ha, was just getting a little much. So I added just use radiography instead, and actually badography for the ones that I think that are, because in general the radiography words I think are not good words. But these are the words that I've deemed lower than the radiography words, because the radiography words aren't like terrible words either. Oh, I have that already looked up here. Bibliography of hymns, I'll move that down here. Gypsography. gypsum. Whoop. That'll go here. I think I'm almost to the point where I can start with the new words here. Branch of geography. I'm going to move that down here as well. What is tubography? Okay, I think some of these might be radiography words. I don't exactly remember. If I find one later, I can move it. I'm actually going to take this and move it back up here. That one shouldn't have been moved. So I think I'm okay with where everything is now. I don't have a place to put that. All right. So now we are going to move on with the new words. So the goal for today. You didn't know I played Civ 6? I haven't in a while. What, did you see that on my desktop? Yeah. I haven't played it in a while. I've been playing Age of Empires 2 instead. But Civ 6 is still a good game for sure. So the goal for today is that's all right. You don't. It doesn't matter when you send it. I get it. I understand. Yeah. To be fair, you weren't supposed to look at my desktop. There's personal stuff on here. I don't want you to see poop fart avatar. You don't want to see that. I don't want you to see that. Get out of here. That's personal stuff. Last stream, I got through the 9, 10, and 11 letter words. Who's your favorite leader and why is it Rome? Because Rome's the best. You gotta play Rome. There's no question about it. Let's see. Yeah, so I did 9 letter, 10 letter, and 11 letter words. That's close to 200 words. What is poop fart avatar? You'll never know. You will never know. I actually don't even remember what it is. Should I open it? That's risky. I'm not going to open it. I don't know what it is. Okay, so that's close to 200 words that I did on the last stream. That took me about 4 hours. So if I go to the next page here, the 12 letter words, there's 109 of them, and there's 78. So I should be able to vom.red. I don't know what that means. I'm not going to open it. I'm not going to open it. Maybe I'll look at it a different day and then show you what it is some other time. But I don't know what it is, so I'm not going to open it. Maybe it's a secret. But yeah, so if I get through, my goal for today, I think, is to get through all the orange words and I think all the purple words. And then we'll see how I'm feeling. Maybe I'll do the silver words, maybe, but I doubt it, because that's already going to be, by the time we get here, it's probably going to be over 3.5 hours. So this would probably make it 5.5 hours. I don't even have the second tab of the tier list open that has like the last 200 words, but I don't think we're going to get through all of these anyway, so it's a work in progress. We'll get through it eventually. Maybe I won't take 5 months between streams this time. Who knows? I can't make that promise. Well, I can, but I shouldn't. Knowing me, I just shouldn't, because it'll probably take me 8 months to do another stream. But let's just do this. If we're not gonna jump into it, we're not gonna get anywhere with it. So we gotta just start it. All right. Actinography is the measurement of the intensity of radiation with a recording actinometer, usually by the photochemical effect. Intensity of radiation. I think that's very important. With a recording actinometer. What is that? It just, in general, an instrument for measuring the intensity of radiation. That's very important. That has to do with, I'm sure they used that a lot at Chernobyl when that happened. I'm sure they still do use it at Chernobyl a lot. I think that's going in B tier. This is a good start. We're going straight up to B tier. I'm going to say that's better than pornography, honestly. Actinography is better than pornography. It's not a very... I've never heard the word actinography, but I think it's justified that it be used. Ampelography. The science concerned with the identification and classification of grapevines. Is that important? I feel like that's a lot less important. The field of botany concerned with the identification and classification of grapevines. Yeah, of course, it's good to know. It's good, you know. We need to know about grapevines. We need to know about all fruits and all vegetables and all of that stuff. But I'm thinking it's a little overrated. In all honesty, it's not bad, but I don't think it's good either. So I think I'm gonna throw it probably here. I might be a little bit rusty because I don't remember exactly what all of the words mean, but you know, it is what it is. We'll figure it out as we go. The longer we go for, the easier it'll be for that. Okay. So now we have ancylography. Not angiography. Ancylography. I spelled that correctly. The determination of the three-dimensional structure of an object by analysis of the diffraction pattern obtained from a single exposure. Let's go to definitions.net. Huh? Should we? Should we go to definitions.net? Here are all the possible meanings and translations of the word. Obtained from a single exposure of monochromatic light. Okay. The determination of the three-dimensional structure of an object by analysis of the diffraction pattern. I guess I'm not fully comprehending what that is. It's an X-ray. That's what okay. Why didn't they just say that? That's okay. I think it's not bad, but it's a little... I feel like it's a little out there, you know? I've never heard that as far as X-rays go. But it doesn't just say it's another radiography. Let me get an actual definition of radiography here, just so I have something to go off of. The art and science of using radiation to provide images of the tissue, organs, bones. So it is just radiography. So I'm just going to throw it in here, because that's what it is. We don't have to sugarcoat it. That's what it is. It's radiography. Arthrography is a type of imaging test used to look at a joint. This is radiography. I mean, come on, guys. We already have a word for this. We don't need More words for the same thing. The study of the effects of changes in environment on the growth of microorganisms. Okay. Effects of changes in the environment on the growth of microorganisms. I think it's kind of boring, and I don't know how important it is. I imagine that there's some usages for it. Why do you torture yourself with these ridiculously long video, live stream, podcast ideas? I don't know. Maybe I'm some sort of masochist. I don't even... It's not like, oh man, I'm torturing myself and I get pleasure out of it. And I really love it when I'm tortured. No, not really. I honestly don't know. It's just because that's what goes through my mind of something to do. Honestly, you want an honest answer? I'm bored. That's the honest answer. I get bored. But once I start something, I can't just not finish it. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to rank every ography word and then not do it. Even if it takes me 5 years to do it, I'll do it. Balneography. I'm not seeing a definition. We're going to have to go into a website. A description of baths. What? That doesn't... What? That's a badography. That's going way down here, actually. That's stupid. It's hilarious, but it's stupid. Bibliography. This one I got high hopes for. A list of the books referred to in a scholarly work, typically printed as an appendix. This is an immediate topography. There's no doubt in my mind. So when you're bored, you watch yourself reacting to yourself sitting behind an unused green screen. No, when I'm bored, I have an idea to do something torturous. And we're going to put that right below radiography. I do something torturous, and then what happens is it becomes some ongoing joke, and then I feel like I'm forced to react to myself, reacting to myself, react to myself. Which, honestly, it's not that bad to do it once a year. It's a weird... it's a weird situation where I can just... no thought into that video at all. You know, most of my videos have something, you know, some sort of process or editing or this or that. That video is basically just sit here for a couple hours and chill out, not really do anything. So, you know, it's not that bad. I can just kind of talk. It's sort of a stream of consciousness where I'll just say whatever I'm thinking. That's kind of what this is. In a sense, the format's a little bit different, but it's pretty similar. In all honesty, it's kind of... I feel like it's less torturous than I make it out to be, and it's more sort of just a relaxing... I'm gonna chill for a little bit because I'm bored and just sitting here anyway, so I might as well do something about it. The branch of biology that deals with the geographical distribution of plants and animals. So biology already covers that. So I think this is just a badography. We're just gonna throw it down here. Also, unused green screen. Excuse you. The green screen is used sometimes. I'm not going to take it down just when I'm not using it. It's a lot of work to take that thing down. So I just leave it up all the time. Canalography. Canalography was performed to measure the diameter of the horizontal ear canal and to assess the clinical relevance of the measurements in identifying abnormalities in the ear canal. Hearing is important, so I'm gonna say that's probably pretty important, but it's not up here for sure. I'm gonna put it towards the bottom half of B tier. I'll put it up here. Cardiography. Unused green screen. Whatever, man. Whatever. Almost every time I'm in front of the green screen, I'm using it. It is kind of annoying, though, because it's hanging over the door of the room. That's what's holding it up. So I actually can't close the door in here. But that's okay. Cardiography, a medical instrument. Okay, we're going to have to take this with a grain of salt because this is a cardiograph, but it should be close enough to get us to our point. The use of a machine to record the beating of the heart. That's pretty important, but... No, you know what? Cardiography, I'm assuming, actually includes the electrocardiogram, which they use in like every hospital room ever to monitor patients. That's actually extremely important. I'm going to throw that above radiography because that is like the cornerstone of hospitals monitoring you to make sure you're not dead. Centrography refers to a set of descriptive statistics that provides summary descriptions of point patterns. How did you meet Noah Fitch from Two Gleeps lore and John Fitch fame? He is John Fitch fame. I met him in school. Just a long time ago. We've known each other for ever. Not super exciting. Maybe I'll have him tell it. He remembers more stuff. He's got a better memory than I do when it comes to personal details. So maybe he'll say it sometime. Not for a while. We record way ahead. I think we're like months ahead on the recording, but who knows? It is possible also that I change up the order that we have recorded. It's just nice to have a backup archive of them, just so I always have something to post. We're trying every Tuesday and Friday and seeing if that'll work. Friday, normal episode. Tuesdays, we're doing bonus episodes. This one kind of bad, honestly. Chalcography. Archaic. The art of engraving on copper plates, especially for printing. Okay. So this one is really similar, if I remember correctly, to zincography, which would be a green... It's on here somewhere. I don't remember where I put it. Zincography. There it is. This is worse than zincography. It's pretty similar to zincography, I think, but worse. Choreography. Hang on. Art of engraving on copper or brass. We're gonna move it up a little bit. Where did I put that? Right here. I'm actually gonna move it up a little bit because that's how you get the Statue of Liberty. Choreography. The sequence of steps and movements in dance or figure skating, especially in a ballet or other stage dance. Choreography is also any sort of stage direction in plays or TV shows, I know, and that's extremely important in movies. That's a pretty great ography, if I do say so myself. I'm going to throw that right in between film and discography. Okay. Chromography. The separation of a mixture by passing it in solution or suspension or as a vapor, as in a gas chromatography, through a medium in which the components move at different rates. So they used the word chromatography in the definition of chromatography. That's a pretty bad definition. Oh, no, that's the wrong word. I mean, we'll get to that eventually. It's pretty bad, but that wasn't the right word. Chromolithograph. An apparatus by which a number of copies of written matter maps plans. Can be made. Also called hectograph. Hectograph, I think we've already done hectography. And if it's also a hectograph, I think we're just going to throw this one in word jail, if I can be honest with you. Chronography. An arrangement of past events. That's pretty important. You can't tell me that that's not important. That's a pretty topography. Well, not top. I'm going to put it in great. Because history is pretty important. I'll throw it right above the phonograph. Chrysography. Now we're getting to the longer words that are harder to pronounce. Not as hard, granted, as video. My point stands. Chrysography. Writing executed in gold letters. The art of writing in ink made by powdered gold. That's a suckerfish for sure. Colonography. Oh, I guarantee this is a radiography. Non-invasive visualization of the interior of the colon by means of computed tomography or magnetic resonance imaging, especially of screen polyps, cancer growths. Doesn't use radiation, I don't think, so it's not actually. But I'm still going to throw it in. I'll throw it at the top end of this one. Chromatography. I like to think we're rocking through these. Let's get this done, you know? The scientific description and recording of comets. Lame. Overrated, underrated. Coronography. Is a telescope for observation of a star's corona. So it lets you stare at the sun. What's the corona? The corona is the outside of the sun, the edge of the sun. No, not the virus. I don't care about the virus. The outermost layer, yeah. So it doesn't even let you stare directly at it. I don't know. Just take a picture of it, maybe. It's pretty good, actually. It's pretty cool. We'll throw it at the bottom of B tier. Craniography. That's the real question. The study of the skull using photographs and drawings made from measurement of the configuration of the skull and the relations of its angles and craniometric points. What is this used for? What is it for an accurate depiction of a skull in outline? So someone just draws a head. An instrument once used to make scale drawings of the skull. So I feel like that's outdated. It's decent. Like, as far as medical stuff goes, it's good to have that. But I think it's outdated. I'm just going to, honestly, I'm going to put it in the bottom of just use radiography instead. Because I think you can just do that now. Where you can just scan the head and get... Or it's not just scanning it, but I guess a CAT scan. Isn't that what that's for? You can get a 3D model of it. Cryptography. The art of writing or solving codes. I think that's inherently really cool. I think it's not super useful just in day-to-day life. It does help in terms of like the number stations during the Cold War and stuff like that. So it isn't useless, but I would say its use is few and far between. So we're going to put it kind of close to the top of B tier. Okay. Defecography. Defecography is a test in which a continual series of X-rays are taken during a bowel movement to to identify any structural or functional problems in the anus, rectum, or pelvic floor. I'm going to mark it up just because it's hilarious. It's definitely helpful if you have some sort of constant constipation or diarrhea or something like that. But there's definitely more useful X-rays as well. I don't think you can technically say this is, you can use radiography instead. But what I'm going to do is instead of dropping it here, I'm going to drop it here. That's kind of where I would rank it anyway. So, demonography is a bestiary dealing with demons. A list of people. Okay. I don't know how useful that actually is. What does it matter if I know the different kinds of demons? What are the different kinds of demons? There's fallen angels. There's I guess like imps. It's a lower class of demon. That's a honestly, I'm gonna make that's a pretty bad ography. It's better than a gigography though. It's hard to be worse than a gigography. I remember what a gigography is. Dendrography. The recording of tree growth by a dendrograph. That doesn't help. A dendrograph is an instrument for the automatic recording of changes in tree diameter. Yeah, okay. I figured that much out. What do you need that for? Is there a reason? The recording of tree, I guess you know how long it takes a tree to grow. Isn't that the whole rings on the inside where you can kind of tell how old it is? I think that's upper tier suck. I think it's upper tier suck, if we're being fair. It's an upper tier suck for sure. Ecogeography. I have a guess that this is going to be really similar. The study of environmental effects on the distribution of living things. It is not the same as geography. Okay. Because geography is the study of physical features. Yeah, so this is actually a completely different thing. Study of environmental effects on the distribution of living things. I think it's relatively important. I'm going to throw it above astrography. That's definitely more important than space. Typography. Well, typography wasn't ranked very high, if I remember correct. A copy from an original. That's the definition of an ectype. Okay. Such as an impression of a seal, as distinguished from its eternal and ideal. I mean, it's a suckerfy for sure. No, honestly, I'll put it up here. We can put it right below demography. All right. Elastography. A technique for identifying changes in the elasticity of soft tissue resulting from various disease processes. A lot of these words. Oh, it's on radiologyinfo.org. Non-invasive medical imaging technique that helps determine the stiffness of organs. So it's just radiography. It's a lower tier radiography, I think. Right below discography. I'm pretty sure that Noah Fitch from Two Gleeps lore and John Fitch fame, of course you have to mention that every time. Because it's true. It really is. Use the same analogy for people who keep bringing up that dinosaurs had feathers in every non-bonus episode of the podcast. He says that a lot. Yeah. It's because there's no word for that type of conversation or that type of sentence where you are saying something that's inherently public knowledge as if it's new information. There's no word for it. So the birds with feather or the dinosaurs with feathers thing is the best way that he can call it. I can tell you right now, he says it more. He's obsessed with it. Anytime I say anything, he says that. I'll say, hey, how was your day? And he says, oh, the dinosaurs had feathers thing came up in conversation at work. All right, man. I get it. Notice how I've never said it. The scientific description of the fetus. I think that's important. I think that is important. But it's overrated. No, it's B tier. I don't mind him bringing stuff up. I don't care. That was mean. He can say whatever he wants. It's a free forum. It's a free forum. I don't think we have released the episode yet. But I think it's either the next one or the one after that where we finally decide to we just get an email just in case anyone wants to ask us any questions about it. It's 2gleeps.org@gmail.com. But you have to spell it out. So it's 2gleepsdotOrg@gmail.com. That wasn't my idea, but I made it anyway. What is enterography? Magnetic resonance enterography is an imaging test that lets you see doctors see detailed pictures of your small intestine. That's just another radiography. That's another radiography. But the difference between My Waking Nightmare and Two Gleeps, I mean, they're completely different. But what I like about Two Gleeps is that, well, first of all, I don't have to watch a movie a million times to make an episode. So it's inherently less work for me, even though I still edit it, and it's actually more work to edit that. But, you know, give or take, Waking Nightmare has its perks too. The written description of insects. Put that here. Yeah, because my Waking Nightmare is probably My Waking Nightmare and this are probably the two biggest examples. I guess you could also add the React series. Those are the three glaring examples of biting off more than I can chew at all times. But, you know, it is what it is. Eventually, this stream, the ographies, we'll finish it, and I don't have to do that anymore. It might take a while, but we'll finish it eventually. The React videos, I fear I'm going to be doing forever, and they're going to get worse. And My Waking Nightmare is pretty much going to last forever. Also, you and Noah Fitch from Two Gleeps Lore and John Fitch fame, of course. I remember him, actually. Have such a similar voice that I couldn't tell who were talking in the first episode, and still on rare occasions. I think there's a third person. There is not a third person. And here's the deal. I don't think, and he is in the same boat as me, that we have similar voices. Not even close. But you are not the first person to say that. There was one time that my mom called me, and he answered my phone, and she thought that he was me. So even my mom can't tell sometimes. So you get it. I guess it's easier for us because I know which one's me and which one's him. Just listening to it. I know what he sounds like, and I sound, to me, different, but just know that you're not the only one. My mom has also screwed that up, which is unfortunate, but I think you'll get used to it. Hopefully. Unless you just go through and you listen to it forever and you can't tell who's who. But there's not a third person. If there was a third person, I'd let you know. Okay. I don't see a definition for enzymography. Enzymography. Let's see if I can go to the dictionary and find something. Alternative form of zymography. Word jail. I'm not even playing anymore. Word jail. I'm not even okay. Not even a little bit. I'm not even going to pretend like that's okay. Get out of here. I don't want to see it. Exogeography. I will believe that there is a third person anyways. I mean, you can. That might make it even harder to figure out who's talking. If you want, you can think of the third person as John Fitch. The study of the physical structure and inhabitants of outside the Earth. And inhabitants? Hold up. That is useless. That's pretty useless. Let's be fair. It's even worse than snobography. Farinography. Farinography. In baking, a farinograph measures specific properties of flour. That seems hyper specific. Like, uncomfortably specific. What is the use of this? I need to know. We need to stop and figure this out. Is a tool used for measuring the shear and viscosity of a mixture of flour and water. The primary units of the farinograph are the Brabender units. An arbitrary unit of measurement, the viscosity of a fluid. Why on earth would you ever need this? The points of interest on the graph are fivefold. Arrival time, peak time, mixture tolerance index, departure time, and stability. This is actually the worst thing I have ever seen. There is nothing more useless than a farinograph. This is somehow worse than optography. And octography isn't even used anymore. That was the one where they get an image off of the eye and it's not even a real thing. I already hate this word. It's pronounced photography. Are you kidding me? Now I'm riled up and I'm actually mad. Refers to fraudulent photography. I hate this word. Where photographs are manipulated through Photoshop. Okay. So this is a useless word because we would actually just use the word Photoshop. There's a different word, and it's a better word. Make it 2.5 gleeps and bring Noah Fitch's from 2 gleeps lore and John Fitch fame, of course, 30 adopted children onto the show. This is real. Whoa, his 30 adopted children. I don't think that would work out. You think 30 adopted children is the equivalent of half a gleep? That's a little childish. That's a little ageist. You think so? Because I would think that 30 adopted children are the equivalent of 20 non-adopted children. And 20 non-adopted children are the equivalent of 10 adults. So that would actually be 12 gleeps. Oh, Vin FYI, thanks. Thanks for that. I love it. Florography is simply a fancy name for the language of flowers. So, useless? Useless word? Gleep is a strong title. Yeah, it is. We own, if you Google 2 gleeps, we own it. 1 gleep equals 60 adult males. Oh. So you think 2.5 gleeps would be 120, 150 adults in one room, or 3,000 children? I don't think you'd like to listen to a podcast of 3,000 children. I'll just say it. Maybe you would. Maybe you're some weird guy and you're like, oh, I don't want to understand anything. I hate understanding things. More power to you. I personally also hate understanding things, so I get where you're coming from. Fluorography. Photography in which the image is formed by fluorescence. Okay. So it's just photography. You know what? That's actually badography. That's actually a badography. Just say photography with different light. That's easy enough to say. Fluviography. Oh, I hope this one's good. What is a fluviography? An instrument for measuring and recording automatically the rise and fall of a river. Okay. There's a lot of these that I'm not sure exactly what it's for. Is it important to know the rise and fall of a river? Because it's not saying like the tides of the ocean, which I think are important. See, that's how you would figure out like hurricanes and stuff like that. But I think the rise and fall of a river, while it could be important, I think is inherently less important than the ocean. So I'm going to throw this, I'll put it in overrated and underhated, I think. Kind of right in the middle. Give me about 25 seconds. You can count to 25, and I'll be right back. You counted too fast. It's like a kid's choir since Noah Fitch, from Two Gleeps lore and John Fitch fame. I've heard of that, actually, that he's of John Fitch fame. Only adopts the kids with a really strong vocal cord. He only adopts really ill kids because he knows he's going to get money from it and he's not going to have to take care of them for very long. It's pretty heartless, but he does it, not me. And he's not here to defend himself, so that's not my problem. Foodtography means the practice of diners photographing food they are served in restaurants, usually for the purpose of sharing the photos on social media. I hate that. I think that's useless. I think that's bad. The concept of it is decent for like putting that on menus and stuff like that. But it's gotten to the extent of commercials over promising and under delivering what the product is. So that's a suckography for sure. I think it's good to an extent, but it's been taken advantage of. Fractography is the microscopic study of fractured surfaces of metals at high magnification, used to determine the cause of failure in engineering. I guess that's pretty important. Probably saves some lives. I'll put that in B tier. Right below mammograms. Mammograms have probably saved more lives, if we're being honest. Gastrography. Also called virtual gastrography, gastroscopy, I don't like that, is a non-invasive procedure for the detection of gastric abnormalities using... Oh, here it is. Here it is. That's the word that we're looking for. Here it is. You see that? Look at this. Are you ready? You see that? Right there? Bingo! That's the word that we were looking for. That's how you know it's a good word. Gastrography, pretty important. Nah, I kid. That's obviously terrible. It's obviously a bad. Why do I keep scrolling down way too far? Phenotography. Phenotography. Not iconography. Tomography. Fictography. How about just give me the word that I looked for? Is that so hard to ask? Is it too much to ask for? Just give me the word that I'm looking for. I mean, why? No, I'm not looking for photography. There's nothing. There's no words. It's not a real word. Foodtography is really important for advertising in the culinary industry. Sure, it's been taken advantage of, but it's still a necessary aspect of the advertising world. I agree with you on that one. I'll get back to that. Give me a second. I'll get back to that. I'm upset about this. I gotta figure this out first, and then we'll talk about that. This isn't a real word. Google says this isn't a word. It's on the list. It's right. It's not on the list. Did I make this up? Did I just put in on a made-up word? Foodtography, fractography, gastrography. No, I did that one. Genetography. Hang on. What is happening? Did I miss something? Oh! Phenotography is supposed to be genetography. I typed it wrong. Whew. I think I made a new word. You're right. It is a new word. So phenotography. What does phenotography mean? What are you going to name it? That I did name it. It's phenotography. What is it gonna mean? We'll figure that out as soon as I put a genetography up. Is radiography of the genitals. Of course. No, it's of the nose. Still. No, it is of the genitals. I give up. I, I don't want to. I don't want to live anymore. I can't. I ate everything. I think phenotography is the definition of phenotography is the study of words that don't need to exist. So, start using that in your day to day. If someone says something that you think is superfluous, maybe, you know what, phenotography, that's the name of the dinosaur with feathers thing. That's a that's a phenetograph. Because it's something that is said that doesn't need to exist in the ether. So I'm going to just assume that this says genitography. And I'm actually going to put this on the bottom because that actually made me want to die. So that's where it's going. You wanted to talk about foodtography. I am willing to agree that it's important. So, I will, against my will, move it up. Towards the upper half. If this will appease you, I will put it right here. I don't feel comfortable necessarily moving it into B tier without further argument from you. So until then, that's where it's gonna live. We're gonna move on. We got to get this off my screen. I hate this. The writing or compilation of glosses. Bad, I guess. Not good. It's worse than zincography even. Am I allowed to say that? Of course I am. This is my list. I'm allowed to say whatever I want about it. Glottography is a general term used for methods to monitor the vibrations of vocal folds. Okay. The measurement of the modulation of sound by the vibration of the glottis. You love it when I do things against my will. It happens more often than the average person. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of does. I feel like people are just kind of living their lives. Just doing whatever they want. You know, they'll complain. They'll be like, oh, I don't want to go to work. Oh, I don't want to go to school. Oh, I don't want to go to this place. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do the dishes. I don't want to pay my bills. But then you have me who goes outside that and literally does things I don't have to. And I don't want to. So there's actually no reason for me to do it. But somehow I end up doing it. And it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what thought process goes through my head that's like, oh, you have to do this. I think the problem is I don't think. There is no thought process. I just do stuff. A process similar to etching, in which by means of voltaic electricity, a raised copy of a drawing is made. That's pretty cool, actually. I feel like it's not very helpful, but it's kind of cool. So I'm going to mark it up a little bit, but like towards the bottom of overrated and underrated. Glyptography. Gleeptography, the study of gleeps. The art or scientific study of gem engraving. That is less cool than glyphography. By a lot. By a lot. Where's zincography? This is worse than, no, this is better than glossography. I'll give it that. Hepatography. Not hepatology. Oh no, this is going to be about AIDS. Radiographic examination of the liver. As far as radiography goes, it's probably actually a pretty important one. But heterography. Oh no, this is going to be about non-gay people. Spelling differing from standard current usage. Spelling in which the same letters represent different sounds. The use of the same letter or combinations of letters to represent different sounds. As in sit and easy. Okay. So that is pretty important. Nobody has ever used the word heterography before. I can say that with the utmost certainty. No one's ever used that word. But it is an important thing. But I don't like it. After you're done with the ography, are you going to do the ology tier list? Or a different prefix instead of a suffix? Oh boy. Well, I hope not. But knowing me, probably. Let's be honest. This is my live stream thing, I guess. I'm not allowed to do anything else. I just do tier lists of words. Realistically, ology is the next logical step. But I feel like ology overlaps with ography enough where it's kind of redundant to do it. So I think probably not. Let's say this. After I'm done with the ography tier list, I don't think I'll be done streaming. There's a joy in streaming, just a calming joy. But even though I probably won't do ology tier list, I can say I don't know what I will do. But there's a really good chance it's going to be A, torturous, B, long, and C, against my will. So we'll see what it ends up being. But I can guarantee that it's going to be something I'm going to live to regret. That's just the way it is. I'd really like to do just a live stream watch of Lawrence of Arabia at some point, if I can figure out how to do it legally, which I don't know if I'll be able to, because it's copywritten. But that's definitely something. That wouldn't be that bad. It's 4 hours, a 4-hour stream, and it's actually productive for me because I need to watch it anyway. So I've been meaning to watch that movie, actually. I have to watch it a few more times here before I can say I'm never going to watch it again, you know? There's cryptozoology, but there's no cryptozoography, and I really want to see cryptozoology on a tier. So you want me to rank all of the ologies so you can see cryptozoology. Okay, so this is just... So this is very different. hymenophy is the reconstruction surgery of the hymen. But hymenography is a description of the membranes of animal bodies. Completely different words. Rank Lawrence of Arabia frames. I probably could do that just off the top of my... The problem with that is in order to get it, I have to go through the movie frame by frame and take a screenshot of it. I could. There's those things that exist that are like the color palettes of every frame of a movie of your choice. Those are pretty cool. What is this? This is pretty bad, actually. I think more than ranking frames of Lawrence of Arabia, I would probably be able to... It'd be more realistic to rank scenes or characters. There's not too many characters. There's a lot of scenes. Not nearly as many scenes as there are this, but like if you go frames, let's do something quick. Am I allowed to take a break from this and do something quick? Let's go to a calculator. Let's open up a calculator. You could put it in a video editor, then export it as a PNG or whatever image file you want. I guess there's ways around it. I'm trying to make excuses so I don't have to do it, but you're making good arguments. Okay, so there is 3 hours times 60. It's 180 minutes plus 47 minutes. So there's 227 in the movie. Times 60. There's 13,000 seconds. Times the average frame rate of stuff like that is between... I don't know what it was in the 60s, but it's between 20 and 30. So if we multiply that by like 24 is a pretty average one. There's 300,000 frames in that movie. So that might take a little while. I don't think that's reasonable. There's definitely something along the lines of Lawrence that I can rank. But I think this is a little beyond even my sanity levels. Keratography is a medical diagnostic imaging of the cornea. Okay. That is... I'm going to go up here. 328,880 is nothing. So here's the problem. This tier list thing, and I've looked for like better tier list things, and I just really couldn't find any. Well, let me upload 500 images, and that's all. So I'd have to make, what is that, 6,000 separate tier lists in order to successfully do it. Not that I've got anything better to do. Let's be honest with ourselves. Wouldn't the first couple thousand frames just be a black screen? Yeah, it's let me... You know, at this rate, I'll never finish. I'll never finish this. But that's okay. I don't mind. 4 times 60 plus 20. There's 260 seconds in the first black screen. So yeah, that's 6,240 frames. So the first, what, 12, 13 tier lists is all black screen. And then there's the black screen on the intermission, and then there's the black screen. Well, I wouldn't even call it a black screen. The credits aren't black screen. The study of stealing information securely and subliminally. Okay. A subfield of cryptography. That's kind of what I was thinking. So it's not bad. But I think it's also not an exact rip of cryptography. But I think cryptography is more encompassing. So I'm going to throw this pretty close to the bottom down here. Actually, it's a bad word. We're going to throw it way down here. Laminography. Whoops. Okay. Laminography is a special kind of X-ray tomography. Radiographic. What is it though? Technique in which images the tissues above and below a plane of interest. That's pretty dumb. Even as far as radiography goes, it's pretty dumb. Lexicography. The practice of compiling dictionaries. Webster's name had become famous before he embarked on his career in lexicography. The practice of compiling dictionaries. Okay, so it's just making a dictionary. This stream is basically just a 4-hour-long Q&A, except I'm the only one asking the questions, and the occasional vom read. You're forgetting about Vin, FYI. Realistically, I don't mind. I'd honestly be okay, and I'd still be doing it if I was here alone, but having someone else here is nice too. Because I got a little bit of a following online, but it's nothing huge. I'm not too worried about it. I do it for my enjoyment, not because I want to be world famous and rich from the internet. I don't expect to ever make any money from it, so I'm alright with it. There's a few people that'll... See, the thing is, I've already got a relatively small following on the internet, but then you remove it even one step further where I am doing this on my second channel, which I never even mentioned anywhere it exists, besides the video that's up that says, like, hey, I'm doing a live stream right now, which a lot of people don't have, like, notifications on or whatever, so they might not even see that. But it is what it is, you know? This is what I get for live streaming on a second channel that's just obscure and almost non-existent. The editing or making of a dictionary. I already read that part. That's actually pretty important, I think. Dictionaries are extremely important. I don't know if it's a topography. You know what? Yeah, it is, actually. Well, no. I'm going to mark it down just because of the fact that no one would use the word lexicography. You know, geography, theography, I feel like is close enough to theology. I think I went through that. Photography, cardiography, radiography, bibliography. These are like words that are heard and used all the time. Lexicography, not so much. So even though it's extremely important and I think relevant, it's not a super common word. That's why it's being marked down. Otherwise, if it was used more as a word, it would be top. Luminography. A form of photography that, instead of using a camera, exposes a photosensitive material of light that is modified by an intervening object. Isn't that basically what fluorography is? No, that's the flower one. Fluorography. Photography, yeah. It's not the exact same thing. It's pretty much. I think it's better a little bit, but I can't believe I remembered that. See, I am learning something. That's what this is for. I just have to remind myself, that's what this is for. I'm learning something. If I want to trick myself into doing more things like this, all I have to do is tell myself that I'm learning something. Will you ever make a video going through your joke creation process for the Two Gleeps podcast? The whole Survivor Island process in specific. The Survivor Island. Most of... Whoop. That is what it says on here. Lum lymph. Give me a second. Uh-oh. This is another mess up. This is supposed to be two separate words. Well, I hope they're ranked right next to each other. Uh-oh. The Survivor Island. With the William Howard Taft jokes. Basically, what happens is... How do I even explain it? I want to move on and talk about other things always on the podcast. But I am forced to elaborate the tiny things that I say. So I have to craft a story on the spot. The thing is, we've talked to each other in a similar way for years. I mean, easily over a decade. Probably longer than that. I mean, we met in... We went to the same school since kindergarten, but we didn't really start talking to each other ever because we weren't in the same classes until like 5th grade. So, I mean, we've known each other for a long time, and that's kind of just how we've always talked to each other. And okay, I have to look this up here. Luminography. If I remember correctly, I looked both of these up, and they're both the same word. Luminography. So we've always talked to each other like that, so it's pretty second nature for us to interrupt each other and elaborate on stupid jokes and just make stupid jokes. And when someone says something, it is extremely appropriate and okay to completely cut them off from what they're saying to make a dumb joke. Which I think in most conversations with most people, that's not okay. You have to let them say, yeah, this isn't... you have to let them say what they're going to say, and then you can intervene. But we've kind of gotten to the point where... what I don't like about a normal kind of conversation is I can't focus on this and this, so I'm just going to explain this, and then we'll go back to the words. In a normal conversation, someone's saying something, and then you think of your response, or you maybe have a joke about something they said, or something like that, and then you wait for them to finish, and then you say your thing because you don't want to be rude about it, and they're trying to tell you something. The problem that we've gotten to is, in a lot of conversations like that, we kind of feel like it is extremely common where someone's saying something, and like he'll be talking to me, and I'll think of a joke, and now I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for him to stop talking so I can say the joke. And now, because I'm trying to remember the joke, and I'm like, okay, this is how I'm going to try to put it in or insert it or whatever, now I'm not listening to him. Or, I'm thinking of a response, so I'm not listening to him because I'm trying to think of something, what I'm going to say as soon as he's done talking. That's how most conversations go. And to avoid that, it is when we're talking to each other, if you need to say something, or if you want to say something, just say it. Because then you can fully just pay attention to what they're saying. And it's kind of jarring, when you do that at first, to be interrupted. Like you're like legitimately interested in trying to tell this person something. It's really annoying when someone interrupts you when you're talking. But most of the time it's worth it, because I'll say something and then he'll come up with a joke for a word or a sentence I said. Whereas if I were to have finished my story and then he said it, it wouldn't have even made sense. It only makes sense because I had just said the thing. So it's an interesting way to work on that and to have a conversation. And because we do it like that, and we're both pretty good at the quote unquote improv-ish, making things up that are just kind of dumb on the spot, we're able to talk to each other. And if I start something, it's not super uncommon for him to interrupt with some stupid, dumb joke or something like that. And because of that, it actually gives me, when he is saying something stupid, it gives me that few extra seconds to coordinate my thoughts. And that way it's honestly, it's less improv than a normal improv conversation, because I do have those bits of relief where I can just think about it for a few seconds of what I'm going to say next and how I'm going to frame everything. Plus, a lot of the times I don't know where I'm going with the conversation or the story or the joke or whatever. And then he'll say something, he'll interrupt with something dumb, and I can actually use that to propel my story forward. So he says, shouldn't it be like that? And I say, well, yeah, it is. And then you just kind of run with that instead. I don't know what I was going to say before, but now that you've brought this thing up, we can just go with that. We can go in a different direction. So it's really a lot of, we have a lot of practice bouncing off of each other. So we've gotten relatively good at it. At least that's the joke process for the podcast. But my joke process just in general is honestly just my mind doesn't make a lot of sense a lot of the times. And I'm kind of always thinking about stuff that I feel like people aren't thinking about, if that makes sense. Where my I don't super commonly, I don't feel anger or sadness or depression or any of those real negative emotions. And because of that, the sheer existence of my thought is never, oh, I'm worrying about this. You know, I'm a little anxious about that. That never crosses my mind. And since I have more freedom up there to not worry about anything, I'm constantly thinking about things that make me laugh. Because I kind of live my life in the way of, if I think it's funny, it's worth it. It's totally worth it. And most of the time, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, I'm going to punch him because I think that'll be hilarious. I'm just, in general, not mean. So, you know, if I think something's funny, I'll do it. But just in general, I'm not mean. I'm not going to hit somebody. I don't really say mean things about people all the time. So it's pretty positive and, you know, humor that's constantly just coursing through my head. And I'm very impulsive. Where if I'm like, this might be funny, maybe, I'll just do it. I'll just say it. I'll just whatever. It doesn't matter. So, I mean, that's kind of, there's, to answer your question, it's a little bit long-winded, but you wanted to know what my joke creation process is. My joke creation process is kind of that there is no process. If I'm being genuine about it, it's that that's just kind of how my mind works. And I've conditioned myself to where that's sort of what my thoughts are at all times. Is just, what's the next stupid thing I can say, or what's the next dumb thing I can do. But I also don't do things that are like, you know, oh, Vin FYI, thanks. I was actually hoping for one of those. We haven't gotten one in a while. I don't do anything that's like, you know, super dangerous, or I have a brain. I'm a relatively smart dude, even if I don't act like it. The interesting thing also is that I don't, oh yeah, he's got the Vin FYI. You got to jump in with that sometimes. A lot of the times, since everything is a joke with me, that's just kind of how people see it. Is anytime I say anything, it's kind of a joke, which a little annoying at times if I'm trying to be serious about something. I'm not serious very often, so when I am, they just kind of assume I'm joking, but that's okay. This is another form of photography. Now I'm done with that. I can go back to doing this. Okay, so that's what luminography is. Let me look up lymphography. Because unfortunately, there's no way I can separate these. So, lymphography is the use of X-ray to visualize the body's lymphatic system. That's what I figured. It's another radiography thing. So, just understand that lymphography is going in here. It's a trash. It's a trash. So I'm going to rank this as if it's luminography, which, hold on, I have luminography. I did that. I'm dumb. So I'm just going to treat this as if it's lymphography then. Well, that was easy. It's easy to imagine it when that's the case. Now I'm behind on my words. How long have I been alive? An hour and 40 minutes. Nice. The depiction of great and grand things such as heroes and gods painting on a large scale. So, like, Michelangelo. Examination of objects with the unaided eye. Abnormally large handwriting. Americans, or like the Nazca lines. But that's not... I think the Nazca lines would fit in there. I think they're cool, but I think there's really no use. Even like Michelangelo's paintings and I imagine like the Christ the Redeemer is an example of that. They're kind of cool, but not super useful. So I'm going to put it... I'll put it in lower B tier, because it's kind of cool. First video I saw of yours was the Cranch review, and I found it because my friend Alan from Zero Fame, he's not even related to John Fitch. What a nerd. Wanted to know other people's opinions on the product. We were dumbfounded by that video, and I got hooked. I'm glad. Cranch video is a classic video. I remember that one. It didn't taste super great. They just downed half a bottle of Cranch, but that's all right. I'm glad you like my videos anyway. I like my videos. They're entertaining for me, even if it is... That's another weird masochism. Like, I don't want to drown myself in Cranch. I got that Cranch straight from the Mayo Clinic's 13th floor. But there's some impulse in me where I'm like, I have to fill my hand with this and eat it out of my hand. Half a bottle of expired Cranch. I actually didn't know it was expired when I was doing it. It's very common because I put things off all the time where I'm like, okay, I bought this thing and maybe I'm like, oh, I'll use this for a video. And then I put it off for 3 months and then I do the video. I'm like, oh, that is expired. Of course it's expired. It wasn't meant to last for 3 months. The phenomena or aspect described by morphography. That's a terrible definition. The branch of biology that deals with the form of living organisms and with relationships between their structures. The study of the form of words. This is the one that I knew. It's got two definitions and they're kind of both useful a little bit. So I'm going to throw it here. I'm not a super big fan of it, but Cranch, man. When did I even post the Cranch video? Years ago at this point, I think. 2019? YouTube. Let's take a look. I guess I don't know where it is. Huh. What's the thumbnail? Maybe it would help. There it is. 2 years ago. Yeah, October of 2019. That was a while ago. I do really have a sense of... my channel is a lot of that, and that's kind of my humor. I remember reacting to every video in 2019 was already there, so I found your channel in 2020 at earliest. You've been around for a while, man. How have I not scared you off yet? That's the real question. I think I was saying something and I forgot what it was. That's okay. The art or science of writing music. This one, I'm going to need an unbiased opinion on, I think. The art or science of writing music. So, just first off, the word never used. The process of writing music, very commonly used. If I were to rank this, and I will need some backup on this, I would say it's extremely important because music is like everything. I don't really listen to music, but like even a lot of my videos have music in them. I was going to say pretty great ography as well. In fact, I was probably going to put it towards the top. Right below cinema. No, it's probably more, honestly, it's probably more important than the dictionary and cinematography. Music is just that prevalent in society. There is, I don't think, anything more prevalent than music. And I did the album. I'd like to finalize that at some point, but you know, I can't music, so we're working on it a little bit at a time. Mercury is an Accolade. I think it's a good album title, and I think I have good album art for it, so we're moving in the right direction. And you just can't force anything, you know. You just gotta let it happen as it happens, and then it's all good to go. Okay, neogeography is the use of geographical techniques and tools for personal and community activities or by a non-expert group of users. What? And tools for personal and community activities. Who cares? Means new geography. That's kind of dumb. That's kind of dumb. I think it's bad. I think it'll go here. Defecography. I'm gonna look it up again, just because it's hilarious. Ooh, that's funny. The anal canal. Oh my God, I am a child. I didn't mean to delete that. the anal canal. Every time I see that word, it kills me a little bit on the inside. Mercury is an accolade. It's the only planet that goes retrograde. It's number one in terms of size. If size was inverted planet-wise. Not geographical. What does that mean? Is the study of the physical structure and inhabitants of the Earth. Not pertaining to geography. So it's everything that's not geography. Bad word. Badography. I'm going to go grab some blue juice. It's the year of the blue juice, after all. This is actual good blue juice, though. What is your favorite series you have made, including words ending in ography, definitive tier list, proper prepper, chips content? Chips content is pretty controversial. My Waking Nightmare and others you've made. My favorite series. That's a good question. Proper Prepper is very fun, but I feel like it can't, like, it's pretty limited with what I can do with it. Maybe not. It's just cooking terribly. What other series do I have? My vlog series? Vlogging with no life experience? What else do I have? I like Two Gleeps. Two Gleeps is enjoyable. That because it's just me talking to my friends, which is just, I get to talk to Noah Fitch and John Fitch, which is just enjoyable to do. Otherwise, I think the chips content, honestly, was pretty cool. The problem is, how much chips content can you make? Don't forget the Weezer one. Suzanne. that one is that one I can't make whenever I want. That's reliant fully on whenever I see a Suzanne license plate. So there's not much I can do about that. Most of my stuff that I do isn't really part of a series. So I really don't have that many different series of things. In all honesty, My Waking Nightmare is extremely exhausting, but I do like it. It's a weird... I've always thought it's really cool to have something that you're interested in that's just extremely niche. You know, like, just looking at the enjoyment on people's faces when they collect things. You know, obviously you have kind of the mainstream ones now of, you know, collecting Pokemon cards or even Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic the Gathering. You have like the stereotypical one is like a rock collection. But my cousin collects marbles and pins, and he really enjoys it. And just seeing like the enjoyment is insane to me. It's awesome. And I want, you know, something like that where you're just really into... My Waking Nightmare is a good podcast for when you're cutting the grass. Yeah. Or you can just kind of listen to it in the back while you're doing something else, just mindlessly. But yeah, I've always wanted to just like, I've always liked the concept of getting really into something that maybe not everyone enjoys. You know, something that's kind of specific, but you really like. I think Lawrence of Arabia is a weird Like, that wasn't even my plan at all, was like, well, I'm going to force this. I'm going to force myself to like this movie. That way I have that same thing. It just kind of happened. And I'm okay with it. You know, if just liking and knowing a lot about Lawrence of Arabia is what it's going to be, then that's what it's going to be. You know, I'm okay with that. And at some point, you know, I think that I can say, I don't think yet I have the ability to say this, but, you know, when people are like, oh, what's your favorite movie and stuff like that, I never really have an answer. And I think Lawrence of Arabia can kind of force its way into being my favorite movie, just because I know so much about it, you know. Because you have all the stereotypical, like, what's your favorite movie? And people will be like, oh, it's Shrek, or it's Lord of the Rings, or it's Harry Potter. I want something different. No one ever is like, oh, Lawrence of Arabia, that's my favorite movie. I think it's interesting because a lot of people know about the movie, but a lot of people have also never seen it, just because it's an older movie. I used to be able to listen to it front to back and back to front while sitting in a dark room whenever I was waiting on season 2. I apologize for that. That was not the intention. I don't know if I mentioned it at all on the podcast, but the actual intention was to make, I kind of am just okay with sitting here for a little bit. I think I'm probably not going to get through all of the purple today. And I'm just okay with that. I'm all right with doing extra streams if that's what it takes. You know, we'll get done with it eventually. So, but yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it ever, but the intention was to make the episode essentially being like, oh, boo-hoo, this is really hard, I can't do this, and then quote unquote ending the podcast, but fully going back and starting it up and being like, hey, we're back, this is season 2, we're gonna do it, like 3 weeks later. And it turned into what, like 8 months. Oceanography, I think, is actually underrated. I think it should do better. It's B tier, but it would be, no, it'll go right at the bottom here, but it would be higher if they would do more with it. We know more about space than we know about the ocean. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the intention was to never have it be ended for a long time. But then I asked someone else to be on the podcast. Because on my Waking Nightmare, the only guest I ever had was Evan. And realistically, at some point, I could probably get Noah Fitch of Two Gleeps Lore and John Fitch fame on there. You're going to rank the episodes? I'm interested. Take your time. Probably get Noah Fitch on there at some point. Realistically, I've never asked him or anything, but it would just kind of make sense, I think. But I asked someone else to be on it, and he said yeah, he would do it. And then he actually called me like the day before we were gonna do it, and he said, actually, I can't do it tomorrow. Can we do it this weekend instead? And I said, yeah, sure. And then he called me and said, I can't actually do it this weekend. Can we do it a different day? I said, yeah. And then he just never... And that was going to be like the comeback episode, was with him on it. But it just never worked out. And then eventually I just kind of stopped, and I just didn't... It was nice to take a break, in all honesty. But it was also nice to come back. I have a love-hate relationship with it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It is enjoyable, but it's also... It's the closest I've been to being stressed out about things. Like, like I said before, I don't get stressed out. I don't have, like, anxiety or anything like that. But that's the closest. It's just the sheer number of times I have to watch it is not something that completely set in that early on. But it's hit me now that it's a ridiculous number. And I'm way further behind than I'd like. But I'm catching up a little bit at a time. It's just so long. The scientific description of teeth. What is this? Nothing. The anatomy of teeth. It's just orthodontics in general. That's how I'm taking it anyway. I'm gonna put that in B tier. Orbitography. The determination and positioning of satellite orbits by a form of geodesy. Radiography of the orbit of the eye. You were so close. You were so close to being a decent word. And then you screwed it up in the last sentence. It's still pretty cool. But it's radiography. Not a fan. The description of the organs and major structures of animals and plants, I think, is good to know. I'll put that in B tier. Orictography. The description of fossils. Part or all of this entry has been... Okay. So it's just dinosaur stuff. Dinosaur stuff is fine. It's not necessarily dinosaurs. It can be humans or... I think it's useful for, like, dating things and just in general for history purposes. I'm going to put that in overrated and underrated. It says overrated and underrated, but realistically, like, it's not even that bad. There's things way worse than it on the list. Oh, thanks for the VOMRED. I was getting worried that that I wasn't gonna get a VOMRED, so I appreciate that. It's been a while. You got to get one of those out every once in a while, otherwise things start to slow down. Get that VOMRED. Best to worst. Lawrence News, one of the only old one I can currently come back to. That's funny you say that, because other people I've talked to did think that's one of the worst episodes. I thought it was fine. Or... Oh, not Lawrence News. I'm thinking of Lawrence on the Go. Number 2, Lawrence on the Go. Oh, there it is. Good gimmick, got pulled over. Yeah, that wasn't fun, but Yeah, I thought that was a good one. Lawrence News, I still enjoy. I still like that one. And luckily enough, that's a recurring thing that I can, I can't do it all the time, but news changes, so it is something I can do again. 3, Perspective, a series revival. The hype was crazy for you. Fair enough. 4, 2002 Arabian Odyssey. Guest was dope, and I hope he's doing well with the portaging. He actually finished the portaging. He completed the entire thing. He had to change it because of weather. So instead of doing the actual trek he was wanting to do, he went from the border of South Dakota to the border of Wisconsin. He walked that entire path. And he finished it. He did what he set out to do, and he raised a decent amount of money for it. So, yeah, he's doing fine. But yeah, the 2002 Arabian Odyssey, I think that one's probably my favorite one. He was a really good sport about it too, because we were doing something else on a Zoom call, and I just told him he was going to do the podcast. I didn't ask him. I didn't give him any warning. I told him we were going to do it, and then I started recording about 25 seconds later. He was getting ready to end the Zoom call and go about the rest of his night. But I said, we're going to record this for about 40 minutes actually first. And it was a good episode, and he kind of ran with it. So I appreciate that, because I did not ask permission. I did not ask if he wanted to do it. I kind of just forced him to do it, and it ended up working out. So he's pretty cool. We got another Vor Red in the chat. Another Vor Red. You gotta get the Vor Red. Honestly, it's a little close to the Vom Red, but just maybe calm down with it a little bit. What was your next one? Daoud and Faraj, a really good non-gimmick episode. Yeah. I do think I know I need to go through the rest of the movie, just kind of explaining it, and I think going character by character is a good way to do it, because there's the second half of the movie with Daoud and Faraj. There's the Gassam sandwich, where I kind of walk through Gassam's part of the movie. There's Auda Abu Tai and Sharif Ali I can go through, and I do think I should probably filter those in a little more often, in all honesty. Number 6, my first watch. Great start to the podcast. True. I think that's just a solid one all around. Just kind of my first thoughts on it. Number 7, Cool Facts and a Conspiracy. The ending was funny. I actually don't remember what the ending was, but Number 8, Peter O'Toole waited too long for a 12-minute episode. Yeah, that one's on me. Part of that is that I wanted to go and let me rank one word quick before I explain some things. This is just urinography, so I'm actually just going to throw this in word jail. I wanted to watch the documentary, and it was extremely difficult to find, and I didn't expect that at all. I kind of assumed I was just gonna, it was just gonna pop up and I was gonna be able to find it, and the whole thing was gonna be in English. I didn't realize it was an Ireland only thing. So that's part of the reason it took that long. The other part is that I was actively setting up 2 Gleeps and making sure that was good to go. But now that that's all good to go and we've got a rhythm going with that I can't use that as an excuse anymore. Paleography, the study of ancient writing systems and deciphering of dating of historical manuscripts. That's B tier. So yeah, that's why it kind of took so long to do it. And then it was a 12-minute episode because like most of the podcast, or not the podcast, most of the documentary was just not in English, so I couldn't understand it. And in all honesty, it's not like Peter O'Toole is a boring man. I think he's really cool. He's a pretty funny guy. But it just doesn't feel like it just really doesn't feel like a thing for the podcast. I kind of just wanted to, let's just get it over with. Let's just move past it. I think it was all right. But yeah, it shouldn't go that long without an episode. That's on me. And there was just a bunch of things, and I still am working on the Uncharted video. That one, I'm not actively working on it anymore. I'm kind of just doing it every once in a while. It's a really long video, and it's taking way more work than I thought it would. And I was recording, so I had to play through all of the Uncharted games and record the gameplay for that. So that took me, probably like 30 hours worth of recording gameplay. So over the course of however many days to weeks. But yeah, it shouldn't go that long without an episode going forward. There was just a bunch of things that were kind of, and it's my fault, but they were all just piled on at the exact same time. What was the next one? Retrospective, a series failure, bad episode. Yeah, it wasn't really meant to be a good episode, I think. It was meant to be more of a precursor to the bringing back episode, is what it was meant to be. Word jail, yeah. The Two Gleeps episode, not my waking nightmare, but still good for a Two Gleeps episode. Yeah. I just thought it was good to, and I think part of that is that I threw that in like in my hiatus of working on stuff. So it's kind of a middle finger of like, hey, you know how you're waiting for an episode? Screw you, man. You're getting a different podcast. But it is what it is. It's over now. And the trailer was cool too. Yeah, the trailer was just kind of being an introduction. It was all right. Hasn't the Uncharted video been in the works since like 2020 at the earliest? I remember seeing it in the reacting to every video posted in 2019 video. Yeah, it's been a while. And it's not because, let me be clear, it's not because it's like some epic thing that I'm releasing and it's 19 hours long and it's super in-depth about everything. That's not the case. It's that it's just a really long, there's just a lot of like frame by frame editing involved in it. And like when I'm editing a lot of my other videos, I think it's fun. I enjoy the editing process. And then I work on that, and it's just, I just dread it. It's just awful. So it really is just me editing it very slowly, and that's why it's taking forever. I don't think it's really that big of a deal. It'll come out eventually. It's not even like the best video I've ever made. It's all right, but, and I think that's why I'm not, because it's not, if it was like, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever seen, I'd work on it more. I'd probably be more excited about it, but it's like, You know, I don't even imagine anyone would rewatch it, maybe watch it for the first time, but there's really no reason to rewatch it either, which a lot of my videos I try to get some sort of rewatchability in there. Where if you haven't seen it for a while, maybe you can watch it again and it's funny. You know, that's really my criteria is after I'm done editing a video, sometimes I'll sit here after a video is edited and exported onto my computer, and I'll just watch it like 6 times, and I'm like, it's still funny every time. Those are the videos I'm excited about making, you know. But, you know, I don't know. The Uncharted video, it's not something I want to scrap, but it's not something that I, like, need to get out either, so... What really pumped me up to work on it is the release of the new the Uncharted 4 remaster and the Uncharted movie came out. So it kind of brought it to the forefront of my attention of like, oh, maybe I can get it done for this. And I'm like, yeah, no, it's not even close. Never mind. Position of the tongue in relation to the palate during articulation. That's kind of interesting. But, like, is that useful? During the production of sound. I don't think that's super useful. It's kind of weird and interesting, but not very cool. Papyrography. The process of making copies of documents with papyrograph. I feel like we did something similar to this, but this is a more archaic version of it. So I'm actually going to mark this down. I'll put it towards the top because it's pretty outdated, underused at this point in time. But I'm sure when it was first thought of and used, it was very important. So I'm actually going to put it up here because it was super important. That's how they would make books for like libraries and stuff like that. I also remember I woke up at 4:30 a.m. before school, and I was constantly checking my waking nightmare for a new episode, and I saw that the 2 release episode was 1.5 hours long, thinking it was a normal My Waking Nightmare episode. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It definitely has a different style to it. 2 Gleeps and My Waking Nightmare. As weird as that is, and I host both of them, but it's a very distinct style for both of them. I guess in general, it's because there's a difference between me talking to someone else and me talking just by myself. But even I feel like the episode, the 2002 An Arabian Odyssey that Evan was on, was just different. There's definitely a different feeling between both of the podcasts. And I think they both have their place. But I could see how it could be a little heart-wrenching to see one on the feed of the other. Because 2 Gleeps being so different can be a little jarring if that's not what you're expecting. A procedure in which an x-ray the veins of venogram. Venogram we have on here. No. Why is it... Hang on, that's not what I searched. We did place venography, but that's not what I searched. Combines electromagnetic radiation and fluorescent materials to provide a technique that allows the veins to be clearly visualized. I'm just going to put that in here. I mean, come on, man. Why do the hospitals have to have 90,000 different words for the same thing? Is that necessary? Phoniography. The art of taking quality images with a smartphone instead of a camera. That's dumb. I don't like that. But, unfortunately, it did revolutionize photography. I think in general, the concept of photography, yeah, topography. Phonography is kind of just a subset of photography, but it is revolutionary in the field of photography. So I'm going to put it in lower pretty gradeography. Just because I don't like it. I don't like that that's a thing. I really don't. I'm going to move it down a B tier. I hate it. I just dislike it. Phonography. Not phonography. I want phrenography. A graphic recording of the movements of the diaphragm. So this is just radiography of the diaphragm. I mean, that's where I'm going to mark it. That's what it is. Who cares about the diaphragm? Are you breathing? Mm-hmm. Wow. You're good to go. We didn't even need to graph that. No. Graphy. We need a Y at the end of it. Another term for That can't be right. Don't. This can't be right. It is. No. What is physical geography? Open as a new page. It won't. It's going to make me type it up. Physical geography. This is a study of processes shaped Earth. I don't like this, but I think it doesn't belong in word jail. Because physiography just means physical geography. I think physiography should be the word and not physical geography. Nah, we're throwing it in word jail. Screw it. What's up with your interest in history, by the way? The Two Cleaves podcast seems to talk a lot about history and getting wrong about a lot of history intentionally and non-intentionally. I guess I just think history's cool. I don't know what more there is to say about that. History's fun. It's more fun than... Like, you think about... Like how anti-disestablishmentarianism means opposition to a breaking away from an established church, not whatever you said it was. Here's the deal. If we think about school subjects, you have history, science, math, English, foreign language, and like that kind of sums it up, I think. Maybe I'm missing one, like gym class doesn't count, you know. Cooking class, I guess, counts. But just in general, like the really big ones, I guess. Math, I do enjoy math, but it's boring. And I understand that. Science is fun, but I think science is a lot more mystery. History has mystery. Don't get me wrong. History has mystery. But science is more mystery. Like, I personally think of, like, fossil records and stuff like that to be more science than history. Obviously, it happened in the past, but history I think of as, like, not modern history, because I think modern history is technically, like, 1500s to now, but history within, like, when I think of history, I think of, like, the beginning of history is, like, the Sumerians and the Mesopotamian societies. Science is cool, but when it gets to chemistry, it's just math with elements. Exactly. So, the cool parts of science, the cool parts of science are the parts that are history. I don't know. That's just the way I think of it. So yeah, I think of quote unquote history to be like human civilization and forward. So like 5,000 BC to now, that 7,000 year span is history. Anything before that is like historical science. So I don't know. I just think history is fun. You hated elements with math. Same. When you get to stoichiometry, oh, that's something that I wish didn't exist. Stoichiometry, no, thank you. I went through like the really high levels of calculus, so like I can do math, you know. I just understand that it's not fun. But history is fun, and I do include like geography in history and stuff like that. And I think just inherently there's so much about history that you're not told in school. You know, you're taught like Revolutionary War, Civil War, World War One, kind of, World War Two, Cold War, maybe. A lot of history in history class is war. But I think there is more to it, you know? Like, they do talk about, like, Ferdinand Magellan, you know? Oh, he's the first guy to circumnavigate the globe, but he died halfway through and his crew's the only one that made it. They talk about that in history class. But I think there's also a lot of things that they don't talk about that's not part of the curriculum. And that's what's interesting, is that there's so much, it's actually impossible to cover all of it. So there's always something more to learn. And, you know, in any genre, there's something to learn about everything. You know, I could spend the next 25 years learning about linguistics, you know, and I'll always be learning something new. But there's something about history that's just like cool people throughout it that you never hear anything about. Like, you know who Napoleon Bonaparte is, but they don't really ever even talk about, at least from what I can remember, who he is. Like, I didn't even know that there was a genocide in World War One until I looked over its wiki page. Yeah, exactly. And the World Wars are a good example of there is so much happening. Like, World War Two focuses mostly on, like, the Holocaust is a big chunk of it. They'll touch on Pearl Harbor. They'll touch on like D-Day and like maybe the Germany invasion into Poland and like the surrounding areas. You might talk about the alliance between Germany and Russia. But But like, do you ever talk about Germany invaded Russia and they lost because it was so cold and they weren't properly dressed for it? And that's 2 times in history Germany has done that, where they've invaded Russia and lost because of the cold. I don't think they talk about that. It's just the little tiny things. Or like I was saying, Napoleon Bonaparte, they kind of talk about him, but how many people actually know that he was banished? And how many people know that he came back before being banished again? Like he was banished and then he came back and took over the world again. Not fully took over the world, but you know what I mean. It's just the tiny little things. In science, I feel like you kind of focus in, you hone in on one particular part of science, right? Like you're like, okay, we're talking about electrons, protons, and neutrons, and just atoms in general. Fine, okay, but now we're just talking about atoms. But when it comes to history, it's so broad. They taught us that Napoleon in World War II, Germany did that. Okay, but history is so broad that I feel like you can talk about anything, and you can make those connections throughout history. The Russia winter thing, yeah, but you can make those connections. Like you're talking about one thing, and you can connect it to something that happened 500 years later. You know, or you can talk about like something that's similar but not the same thing, and they have distinct differences in what the different meanings are, like the Great Wall of China versus the Berlin Wall. You know, the Berlin Wall was meant to separate the Germans, and the Great Wall of China was meant to as protection, not as a separation. So there's like a difference in there where you can just make those connections. But like I said, when you're talking about science, like I'm talking about atoms, I'm not suddenly going to start talking about animals. I just don't really see how that works. I don't know. Maybe I'm over explaining it just so I can talk. But that's my answer to you on why I'm interested in history. And I think it is hilarious. Maybe it's just me, but I think it's hilarious to have a very healthy mix of this is what actually happened in history, and I'm completely making this up and not ever explaining which one's which. You have to figure it out for yourself. Is what I'm saying true, or is it false? And another thing is, if you have that mixture, you can share really cool facts that you know about things. And if you get something wrong, there's no pressure. It doesn't. They're like, oh, he got this thing wrong, and you're like, oh, he probably was just making a goof about it. And you'll never know. Sometimes I'll just get things wrong, and sometimes it is just a joke. And you'll never know. And that's why it's perfect. Plus, it's really easy to riff on history, I think. And if you can say something, like make something up about like the ancient Greeks or something, you know, you say something about their gods, and people might be like, oh, that's obviously wrong, and then they'll look it up and learn more about it. I'm not certain, but I think the 64 beads for all the Federal Reserve is real. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the exact trade on that is, but that seems pretty close. I know for a fact that Sacagawea was the president at one point, and it was in the law that women had to carry their babies on their backs. That is I'm never going to tell you what's true and what's made up, But I will in this instance say that is fact. And I'm pretty sure about that. We might have gotten one or two things wrong about it, but it's pretty darn close to factual. Plantography is the the medical examination of foot deformity. All right. Not above 65. That's correct. You don't want to go above 65. That's... You think the Federal Reserve has that much money in it? No way. That much gold? Mm-mm. The medical examination of foot deformity. This looks like radiography. I'm just going to say it. It looks like radiography. And Benjamin Franklin was also a president. I mean, Benjamin Franklin was the postmaster. That's the coolest title anyone can have. Even if he was president or not president, which, yeah, he was president, for sure. You know, I wouldn't even, if I was him, I would never tell people, hey, remember me? I was the president of the United States 300 years ago. I would immediately, 250 years ago. I just want to clarify that. And then that's rounded. But, you know, if I were him, I'd always introduce myself. Hey, I'm Benjamin Franklin, postmaster. The imitation of forgery of handwriting. Lame. Postmasters are way cooler. I think that's a higher title than the president. If the president told me to do something and the postmaster told me to do the opposite, I'd listen to the postmaster. Radiography. There it is. That's what we're waiting for. Pluviography is a branch of meteorology that deals with the automatic registration of precipitation. Okay. So it's just meteorology, but it's a specific... I think that this... I'm not even playing around anymore, you know, in all honesty. That's a word jail, if I've ever seen one. I'm sick of it. I'm losing my patience with these words, you know. I think I was a little easier on the last stream that I did this. I was a little more lenient with this stuff, but I'm Benjamin frankly sick of it. Impedance pneumography is a technique for measuring instantaneous lung aeration as changes as the thoracic electrical impedance through skin electrodes. What? Method of measuring changes in respiratory rate and breathing patterns. Isn't this just the diaphragm thing? Measuring instantaneous thoracic electrical impulses. I think this is just a diaphragm thing, which I marked as a radiography, right? Or a badography. This is just bad. This is just bad. Polography. Polography is a type of voltammetry. Of course, I know what that means. Everyone knows voltammetry. Where the working electrode is a dropping mercury electrode. Oh no, not a dropping mercury electrode. Or a static, okay, it's like it could be a static mercury drop electrode. That makes it better. An instrumental method of chemical analysis used for qualitative and quantitative demonstrations of reducible or oxidization substances. I'm gonna put it here. No explanations. What's up with that grocery store? You want all the stalkers to be kids running around the place. Why is it so bad? It's called Hy-Vee. I don't know what states it's in. Hy-Vee map. So it looks like it's... I don't know if this is accurate. I think this is probably not accurate, but it's definitely Midwest. It's just not good. It's a grocery store. That's all. It's all it is. It's a grocery store. Like Walmart and Target and stuff have like a clothing section, you know, and general goods. Hy-Vee is just a grocery store for food. It's just a store that sells food, essentially. And it's not good. The biggest complaint, I guess, that we have is the annoying thing at the self-checkout where it says, "Are you a Hy-Vee Fuel Savers Rewards member?" Which is just a card that they have that makes, I guess it makes gas cheaper. Hy-Vee gas. The problem is, in the town that we live in, Rochester, there are like 7 or 8 Hy-Vees, and one of them sells gas. And it's one that you would never go to. It's just out of the way. Maybe some people would go to it who live closer to it, but it's just out of the way. So there's no reason to get a Fuel Savers Rewards card. And they just ask you every time, and it's annoying because it's really loud and obnoxious, and it says it at every self-checkout in the store. So you can constantly just hear the echoes of it around the store because all the self-checkouts are right next to each other. So when you're checking out, it really does sound like, do you have a Hy-Vee? Do you have a Hy-Vee? Do you have a Hy-Vee Fuel Savers Reward? Do you have a Hy-Vee Fuel Savers Reward? Do you have a Hy-Vee Fuel Savers Rewards card? Just over and over again, and it's awful. That's the biggest gripe with it. It's just a worse version of Target. It really is. Potamography. The meaning of potamography is the description of rivers. That's all right. It's not the best, but it's not bad. It could be useful. I'll throw a bottom B tier. It's not like anything is super cheap there either. It's like you can get everything there at Target and at Walmart. In fact, Target and Walmart probably has more stuff that you can buy. Hy-Vee's just not good. I don't know. I really don't know how else to explain it. I don't know a local store near other places that I could describe it as. But it's not like a small family-owned store either. It's like it's a large store. It's probably the size of a Target or a Walmart. It's not small. It's a big store. Oh no. Proctography just brings up defecography again. Evacuation proctography is the fluoroscopic technique to evaluate pelvic floor prolapse while you're pooping. This is just defecography. Yeah. Alright, so word jail. The question is, which one of these goes to word jail? The answer, proctography, because defecography is way funnier of a word. Speaking of word jail, I do have to pee. I'll be back. I will be back. You can count on that. Small bladder, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. I have to pee every 2 hours. It's not my fault. I drink a lot of liquid. The meaning of psalmography is the act or practice of writing psalms. Do people still do that? Is that still a thing? Or is that just kind of all the psalms are out there? They're all done. Did you wash your hands? I did. I did wash my hands. I didn't wet them, but I used hand sanitizer. I just peed, all right? I can use hand sanitizer. Get off my back. I have a ridiculous amount of hand sanitizer that I didn't even buy. I was at a job one day, and during like the beginning of Corona, they were like stocking up on hand sanitizer. And then we got an email that said, I'm going to mark this down a little bit here, just because I feel like it's not really used anymore. I'll put it down here. We got an email that said, hey, you need to send all of your hand sanitizer back because it's... the reasoning was something along the lines of we accidentally put some sort of wood varnish or something in it. We put some chemical in it. Like, if you're using it as hand sanitizer, it's not going to affect you negatively. It just isn't. But because we accidentally put this chemical in it, we found out that if you were to drink the hand sanitizer, it is extremely dangerous. So you need to send back your hand sanitizer now. So that was their reasoning, was it's really dangerous if someone were to drink it. Okay. There's lead in my hand sanitizer, maybe. But yeah, they basically said it's fine. Like, you can use it as hand sanitizer, but we're worried about people drinking it and like as if you drink hand sanitizer and you're not going to just straight up go blind anyway. I don't know. So we were supposed to send it back, but instead of sending it back, I just took all of it. I just took all of it. It's mine now. Incorrect writing or printing of words. Pseudography. So just a typo. I feel like I've done this one already. Bad. There's a better word for it. But yeah, so I've just got a lot of hand sanitizer everywhere. And it's fine. Look, I got some over here. Bloomin'. You can probably look up bloomin' recall, and it'll tell you what it was. I'll use some more. I'll drink some. Oh, didn't you drink hand sanitizer for a video? I'm 20% sure you did. I feel personally attacked. I didn't drink it. I just had so much of it that another impulse thing. I just kind of dumped it all over myself. The video you're thinking of is titled this one simple trick. Do this simple trick and you'll never get sick again. And then it's just me dumping hand sanitizer all over my face. So no, I didn't drink it. I just dumped it all over me. And a lot of it went in my mouth and eyes. So I guess, yes. It was recalled because they were worried about people drinking it. And then instead of sending it back, I stole it and essentially drank it. Is that what you wanted to hear? Because that's kind of what happened. I didn't even think about it that way. It's also bad hand sanitizer. It's really sticky. But yeah, I recorded that video, dumped hand sanitizer all over myself. And it actually got to the point where I had so much hand sanitizer on me that I tried to breathe in, and it was just like a breath full of hand sanitizer, and I couldn't. It would have been funnier if you did drink it. Yeah, maybe, but I wasn't about to do that. Like I said, I do have a brain, even if it doesn't seem like it. But yeah, I was inhaling, and there was no air going into my mouth, so I couldn't breathe. Which in itself is pretty worrying when you can't breathe, especially because of something that is really stupid that you shouldn't have even done and you know it. So I couldn't breathe, and I was like, okay, I think this could be fixed if I just run into the bathroom and like turn on the sink and run some water over my face, or jump in the shower, and worst case scenario, jump in the shower and kind of clean myself off a little bit. I'll be able to breathe. Probably. That's what I'm assuming. So the second I decided I couldn't breathe, I was like, okay, let me just finish this shot first. Let me finish this recording first and what I'm trying to do. Because as soon as I clean myself off, I can tell you I'm not doing this again. So even though I can't breathe, let me commit to this and finish what I've started. That way I can get a proper edit out of it. That's what was going through my head. Which is probably not the right thing, survival instinct. It should have been, hey, you can't breathe. Whatever you're doing is less important than breathing. But my brain overrode that and said, actually, what I'm doing is more important than breathing. So that's my hand sanitizer story. Automatic writing used for spiritualistic purposes. I don't know what that means. Images of spirits upon sensitive plates without the use of a camera held to accomplish of means spiritualistic forces. Studies of individuals of communities can be valuable in the fields. The supposed writing of a spirit or medium. The reception of a written spirit message through a medium, spirit writing. The production of images of spirits on film without the use of camera. Okay. I've got an idea of what that is now. And we are going to... It can be entertaining. It's a little dumb, I think, personally, but it can be entertaining. The word is never used. That's for sure. I'll throw it here. I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world. Tachography. Tachography is a computational method of microscopic imaging. Always with the imaging. These words are always with the imaging. At least it's not radiography. It doesn't seem like. But it's still always with the imaging, you know? Why did you write a book? Sometimes I ask myself that same question. I'll throw that here. Should have wrote 4. So, writing a book is another thing that kind of goes back to a ridiculous thing that I don't need to do and no one is expecting me to do, but I've put it upon myself to do it anyway. And it also stems back to I was bored. A stave created by Rostra, of course. So essentially in high school, I was commonly very bored. High school was very easy. School in general is very easy for me. I'm not trying to brag. That's just a fact. I always got really good grades. A's on all of my tests always. It was a breeze. I literally never studied for anything ever. Because I just have a good memory for that sort of stuff. I learn it once and it's all good to go. And I'm constantly always learning on my own too. A 5-pointed writing implement used to draw parallel lines of a staff. That's outdated. So it's a music thing. It's completely outdated. I'll use a whiteboard and a marker and just draw 5 lines. This is stupid. This is actually dumb. So yeah, I was really good at school just inherently. So I was always really bored because even like now, you know, I'm sitting here doing nothing and I'm technically learning stuff, you know, maybe not in the normal way that I would, but I'm learning. So I'm always like learning stuff. So a lot of the times when they were teaching the curriculum in school, I would already know the things that they were teaching. And because of my grades and all of that stuff, I could kind of do whatever I wanted in school and the teachers wouldn't really care. It was very common where people are like, you know, someone's doing something. Like we had laptops in school. I don't know if schools still have laptops or iPads or whatever, but we had laptops, and it was super common. You know, the teachers are like, "Okay, I'm talking now. Put the laptop away. You don't need it. There's just no reason to use it." And people would just have their laptops out sometimes, and the teacher would stop teaching and be like, "Hey, put the laptop away," you know. And I would have my laptop out and I'm doing whatever on my laptop, typing my book. And, you know, they'd be like, "How come I have to put my laptop away, but Colton can leave his out?" And I remember there was one time someone asked that. They said, "How come I have to put it away, but Colton can have his laptop out?" And the teacher looked at the girl that was asking him this, and he said, "When you start getting A's on your tests, you can have your laptop out too." He wasn't very happy about it. But that's really what it was. What it comes down to is that the teachers honestly just liked me. I was never a problem in school, and I always got good grades, you know, and everything was fine. So I could kind of just do whatever I wanted. And since I already knew a lot of the stuff they were teaching, in like science classes and stuff like that, you know, I wouldn't do it in every class. there was classes where I would pay attention, I would listen. But in like an English class or something like that, I was like, oh, you know, I've already read this book that we're reading, so like whatever, it doesn't matter. And I was just bored because of that. So I was like, I'll just write a book. I kind of rushed it at the end because I was like, I could put more work into this, but I wanted to publish it before it was before I graduated. So that's what I did. I finished it before I graduated. So that's kind of why I wrote a book. It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to sell this, I'm going to make a lot of money, or I'm going to be an author or anything. I was just bored. There's something to do. The teachers were impressed by it. When I came to school one day and I had my book was bound. I just had an actual book. They're like, oh, you wrote that? And, you know, it's just a cool thing. I was thinking about writing more. And I'm like 70 pages into the sequel of that one. And I have been for the last 6 years or so, but aren't you 27 on February 19th? No. No. That's what you would think, because that's what I've said, but that is not the case. I'm younger than that. I'm only 15. No, I'm not. I'm older than 15. I'm younger than 27. How about that? Okay, relaxographic images are elemental components of the true spin density image. Nice. Relaxography, a graphical representation of relaxivity. 14? Close. You're this close, actually. 14's not enough. This is kind of like the beads thing. The wampum in the beads. 14 is not enough. 15 is too many. So what is relaxivity? Whoop. Here we go. Relaxivity is the degree to which the agent can enhance the longitudinal or transverse water relaxation rate constant. So if you ever want to impress somebody, you can tell them that R sub 1 equals 1 over T sub 1. And that's the normalized to concentration of the contrast agent. What does this mean? It's probably like the most useful thing on the planet. Oh, that's very helpful. That's the same thing that was just up. Relaxivity depends on the temperature, field strength, and substance in which the contrast agent is dissolved. Okay. That's okay. I mean, that's fine. I don't know where that would be useful, though. I really don't. A state of refreshing tranquility. Oh, is that what relaxivity is? Thanks, man. I don't think I've ever seen a relaxograph before. Ever. That cannot be super important. If you're in the field of relaxography, I want to know. This is a bad ography. Strange that a 14-and-a-half-year-old and a 57-year-old Noah Fitch from Two Gleeps lore and John Fitch fame. I've actually heard that. I've heard that one. I've heard him referred to as that. Started a podcast together. Well, like I said, we've known each other since, I guess, we were both in 5th grade. He got held back a few years. School wasn't as easy for him. How old are you in 5th grade? 8? Something like that? 9? I was 9 and he was... He taught me in kindergarten. he was the kindergarten teacher. And his class was me and 30 kids that he adopted. He tried to adopt everyone in his class, and all of the parents said yes, except for mine. Stupid parents. As soon as I turn 18, I'll tell you right now, I'm going to let him adopt me. That's not on my parents to decide anymore. That's when I'm an adult, I can decide who adopts me. And I'm going to say yes immediately. The meaning of resinography is the micrography of polished or etched surfaces of resins or plastics. It's kind of lame. Yeah, it's worse than defecography. Defecography is actually really good. I might move that up a little bit. Just a little bit. Retinography. Oh, let me guess. This is radiography of the eye. Retinography is a digitalized photograph of the posterior part of the eye, the back of the eye. Oh, I know what posterior part of the eye means. Thank you. This technique records the appearance of the patient's... the imaging of the retina. I'm not seeing radiography. This is imaging, not... I'm going to say it's separate. I don't know what you use this for. I think I'm just dumb. I don't know anything. Can you believe that I don't know the generalities of every single word on this list? How dumb can you be to not just understand all of these complex words? Where did it go? There it is. This is going down here. Seismography. Earthquakes. Scientific measuring and recording of the shock and vibrations of earthquakes. There is never an earthquake near where we live. It just doesn't happen. We're right in the center of the country. We're right in the center of the continent, even. And it just never happens. So, I'm not super familiar with earthquakes. I don't live in California, where it happens every single day of my life. I don't know how actually important seismography is, but we'll throw it to the upper end of this here. Because I imagine it is important to a degree. But is that like tornadoes where you can tell before it happens the intensity of it and you can do something about it? I don't know. Eat this one. Eat this one. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, man. I don't want to eat it. You eat it. Salinography. Actually, speaking of eating, I don't want to eat the word. I'm gonna eat this. Manual can openers. Can you imagine how barbaric I am? Who doesn't own an electric can opener? Come on. There it is. I need a spoon. I do not eat a can of pencils. Stop spreading lies about me. I already spread enough lies about myself. My life is a lie. You think I need you to tell people I eat a can of pencils? That was only one time. I don't know. Some people think I'm weird. Some people, everyone thinks I'm weird. But I'm gonna eat some. I'm gonna eat some cream corn out of the can. Screw you. I don't. It's not weird. It's fine. It's normal. The scientific mapping of the moon. Lunar geography. Gone. Word jail. Not messing around. Get out of here. Eat pencil case. Whatever. I'm not eat a can of pencils, dude. Get out of here. A description of the symptoms of disease. Pencils are greater than cream corn. Cream corn is pretty good. I don't think you understand. Don't get me wrong. Pencils are good too. But they got nothing on corn. This is going here. Let's be honest with ourselves. Xerography. The graphite texture, though. Yeah. Ever since... Ever since 1564, when they switched to graphite and pencils, it just hasn't been the same, you know? It just hasn't tasted the same since they switched to graphite. Sorry, I meant 1978. No. I'm not reading it, so... Yeah. Dude, I don't know. You get my point. 1662, there's just a lot of dates coming up. I'm not going to read all this. I just know it off the top of my head. 1758 is when they switched graphite to lead. Graphite has a better texture, but lead has a better taste. Yeah, I guess. Graphite is softer, so it's easier to eat. That's like the difference between eating a slice of bread and a really stale cracker. So I could get why you would think that. Maybe if they had softer lead. An optical technique that relies on interference of laser speckle patterns. Whoa. I want to see a laser speckle pattern, actually. Show me an image. Whoa! Now that is a laser speckle pattern if I've ever seen one. I gotta go back. It's an optical technique that relies on interference of laser speckle patterns to visualize variations in surface strain. Whoa. Okay, here we go. I was going up here, for sure. Once again, I'll keep saying it. I know it's called overrated and underhated, but it's honestly pretty close to the top. I'll even move this up into B tier. Siderography. What's your favorite video you have ever made, ever? There is... Let me see. It's pretty close. Whoop. It doesn't really make much sense. In all honesty. But I think it's pretty good. It makes less sense unless you know, like me and my friends, but I guess my cousin. This video is kind of about my cousin. Am I able to... Oh, I can't find the video. It's not on my YouTube channel. But it was just essentially a dumb video of... I kind of roughly cut it together. We just played... I mean, what is it? Call of Duty... Black Ops? I think it was the first Black Ops game. We recorded ourselves playing it, and we were just having a good old time. And I edited together a compilation of it. That I think is really good. Like I said, it doesn't really make sense out of context. Like if you were to just watch it. You have to be like 5 or 6 specific people to find it funny. But I'm one of those 6 people. Um, as far as videos on my channel, though, I have... It is pretty cool. You know, it's a dumb little thing where I feel like everyone's done it. Just record you and your friends playing a game, having fun. And it's kind of dumb, but it's enjoyable, you know? It's maybe not for everyone, but if people want to watch it, some people liked it. I remember I put it somewhere and people liked it. You know? It happens every once in a while. Sometimes you get the videos that are like actually enjoyable, like, you know, you and your friends play and you get some good stuff down. And then there's the times where you just record it and you're like, this isn't really funny. This isn't really good, but I'm hanging out with my friends. I'm having a good time, you know? And that's what that video was. Is not this is super hilarious, but it's like, hey, we're making each other laugh, and that's what matters. So I'll watch it, and I'm like, I remember that. That's good. And honestly, that video I made like 8 years ago, probably. We'll still talk about it. Me and some of my friends will still talk about it. Not Noah Fitch from Two Gleeps lore and of John Fitch fame. Because he had an Xbox and I had a PlayStation. So he's a little loser. But other friends, I have other friends. Your favorite video is either I took a picture of myself every hour for 10 hours or mugging yourself. Full color HD 4K 5G remake. That's a good one. I like both of those as well. I think I took a picture of myself every hour for 10 hours is like the perfect... That's kind of the one where it's like, I'm just going to start... Because I made a couple videos, I think, before that. Well, that was like years ago. And that was the first one where I'm like, I think I'm going to start making videos and posting, you know. And I liked it. It was a good idea. The mugging yourself. I liked the original mugging yourself, but I do think the remake was better. I think it's a less popular video, but I really like... let's see if I can find it. This one. I don't know if you can hear the audio of my computer. And it's not even... I don't even think it's, like, the best video I've ever made. But it's kind of my favorite, for no reason. Yeah, like I said, I don't even know if you can hear the audio of it, but I can, so... I'm gonna watch it. It's my video, I do whatever I want. I think it's because this is the first video, the one super secret dream one I had of your subliminal marketing. Yeah. The video that only you have seen. I think the reason I like this video so much is because this is the first video where I actually, like, moved the camera around and I have, like, edited effects and stuff into it and all of that stuff. So this is the first one, I think, where I was like, actually, like, hey, this I'm trying to make a good video. Like I said, I think I have better videos, but this one I'm just always fond of it. This one, and I really like the stupid absurdity of the Borderlands taste test video. I also really like the hand sanitizer video too. I like all my videos, but those are probably my top 3. All right. Is that real, by the way? No. No. That's exaggerated. That is exaggerated. I didn't actually break up with my girlfriend because Ariana Grande told me to. Okay. Engraving steel. Boring. It's one of those things where I don't listen to music, so I don't really know anything about any music. I don't know any songs in their entirety, I don't think. But my sister would listen to Taylor Swift and stuff like that, so that's why I know stuff like that. I've heard it. It's not like I haven't heard music. Do you have a girlfriend? You think someone's gonna date me when I'm sitting here really late at night ranking words and eating corn out of a can? Just think about what you asked. Just think about it for a second. Does that really make sense to you? Have you seen how I act? This is definitely one that I've already used before. But I can't guarantee it, so I'm just going to mark it as if I haven't. Okay. I gotta clean up this lid. This corn lid is making a mess on my desk. There. Cleaned. All cleaned. Alright. This one I just did. Splenography. Radiographic. Radiograph. I already made that joke. Good one. That was good. No, that was good. Good joke. Well, I'm here watching a random guy eating sweet corn at 10 p.m., ranking every word that ends with ography, and I have a partner. That, I mean, fair, fair enough, I guess. No, the answer. The answer is no. That's a good point. I didn't think about it from the other point of view. I've almost eaten the whole can. Gross. Professional in the field of stereoscopy, a visual effect using the art and technique of stereophotography. Okay. So it's just a binocular. Kind of. It was an early form of three-dimensional photography. Two nearly identical images are placed side by side on cardboard. Let me get an example. Whoa. That's weird. Look at that. Here, look. Doesn't that look really cool? Look. Can you see? Can you see what I saw? That's odd. I can't sit here and do this for all day. That's weird. I've forced them to watch a couple of hours of reacting to every video posted in 2021 with me. So you hate them, is what you're trying to say. It makes me feel better knowing that my torture becomes others' torture as well. That makes it all worth it. So stereography is really cool. But it's not very useful. I think it is. It says overrated and underrated. I think it's underrated. Oh, thank God. Thank you. Oh, I was worried about a VUM today. Ooh, it's been too long. I was just going to ask if we could get a VUM today in the chat. Thank God. That's going pretty close to the top of B tier because that's awesome. Oh my God. Oh. Honestly, when was the last time? I mean, it's been a minute, you know? It's been a minute since we got a Vor Red, and now we got a VUM today. It's saved my night. I don't know what I'm doing. Stethography. Stethography. Oh, I'm still in images. Process of recording of respiratory movements in man. Why is it specifically in man? Can't be in anyone else. Only in man. Rename it to underrated and overhated at this point. or split it into 2 other tiers. I might do that. Not now, but between, because it's happening again, like it happened last time, where they're just kind of, especially like this one, is getting just filled up, and this one's kind of getting filled up too, where I think I'll like add one between these two, and I can move some of these to the bottom half of that, and I'll move some of these down to the top half of that, and then I can probably rename this one as well, just so it's a little more accurate, because yeah, I've clarified multiple times that overrated and underhated sounds negative, but then it's close to the top, and part of that is because it wasn't originally that close to the top, right? You have top, next top, and then B, and then you have this one, and then suck, and that was it, right? Besides word jail, because these two weren't a thing yet. So it was suckraphy, but then this was the second worst one. Now it's actually it's closer to the top because I added 2 below it. So things have changed. Things are evolving. Anyway, we're looking at this sexist word. That's pretty bad. Maybe when it says man, it just means like humankind. But I'm not going to take it like that, you know? I'm going to put it up here. We're coming down to the wire on the oranges. And this is going for 3.5 hours. Probably because I've taken enough breaks to just rant. But I might finish up the orange ones and then be done for the day. Just because if it took me 4 hours to do orange, it'll probably take me another 3 hours to do the purple ones. We're somehow slowing down. This was originally going to take 4 streams. Now it's going to take 7. But that's all right. Stratigraphy can be defined as pictorial abstractions that outline the unique terrains and or some relationships related to this terrain. 10 more hours? I don't know about that. I have to finish editing the 2 Gleeps bonus episode for tomorrow. So I'm already going to be doing that for a little while after this is done. And then on top of that, I don't normally stay up that late. So I'm getting, like, I don't go to bed at 10 p.m. Because you missed the first half of the first stream. Probably. you weren't there to distract me. As you are now. Now I'm not even doing anything. I'm just... Yeah, I don't go to bed at like 10 p.m., but I don't stay up until like 3 o'clock in the morning or anything crazy. So we are closing in on not necessarily when I'm going to go to sleep, but kind of just hunker down for the night and watch some TV. So I got to do the 2 Gleeps bonus episode, and then I'd also like to play some Elden Ring, because that game is really fun. And it came out however many days ago, and I haven't really... I think I've only put like an hour and a half into it, so I'd like to play it for at least a little bit. And then go to bed. So I can't afford to do this for another 10 hours. I'm sorry. Like I said before, maybe I'll do it quicker than 5 months next time. I just had one excuse after another for the 5 months thing. But now I really don't have any excuses. I've got everything I need, and I got nothing else to do. I'd like to get working on another video soon. Alright. I don't even know what another video would be. A description of an army, or of what belongs to an army. That's a useless word. Why is it specific to the ownership of the army? Who cares? The army owns stuff. That's fine. It seems unnecessary. Tell no Fitch of Two Gleeps lore and John Fitch fame that I said hi. Alright. I would call him right now and tell him. And confront him about the adoptions too. That's still kind of weird. What specific reference is that to? What episode? Do you know? Because I don't remember. I'm editing way further in advance, so I don't remember which one that is. So I can at least let him know which one. But yeah, I was going to say I'd call him and tell him hi right now, but like I said before, he's kind of a little lame boy. And he is sleeping right now. I can guarantee it. It's only 10 o'clock and he's definitely zonked right out. Tessiography is a divination or fortune-telling method that interprets patterns in tea leaves. Literally none at all. I made that up this stream. It does sound like something. Here's the deal. Here is a sneak behind the curtain of upcoming something or other. I don't know what episode it's in. It might be in the next episode. You might not hear about it for a month and a half. I don't know. But you say that you made that up just now. However, I can tell you right now, we have had a conversation on the podcast about him more or less taking St. Jude's sickly ill children under his wing. So you saying that the 30 kids adoption is so close to a conversation that we have had that I didn't know we hadn't posted that episode yet. But now that I think about it, I don't think we have. So you can listen for that. I think divination's bull honky. So maybe not all divination, but definitely divination of tea leaves. Who does that? Can you tell me my future by looking at the way this leaf is in my tea? Here, I will, I'll send him a message. That way I don't forget. I won't call him, but I'll send him a message. Very specifically about adopting 30 children. Where did you type that? It's in here somewhere. Oh boy, oh boy. Can I get a quick VIN FYI in the chat, by the way? I can't find it, but I understand what your general question was. Maybe the real Gleep was the friends we made along the way. Maybe. You spoiled the series finale of the podcast. You know that? That was going to be the twist ending. I don't know how you came up with that. Did you hear the ending of the podcast before we even recorded it? What the heck? Technography is about how and why the use of technology serves human purposes and shapes everyday life. The description and study of the arts and sciences in their geographical and ethnic distribution and historical development. So it's just describing how people use technology. Bad. Thanks for the VIN FYI. I appreciate that. I just felt like we went a little bit too long without having one of those in there. 30 kids for a vocal choir, and it equals up to half a Gleep. Okay. I am currently on stream right now. And was asked why you adopted 30 kids for a vocal choir send. By the way, 30 kids is the equivalent of half of a Gleep, and because of the adoption, we need to change the podcast name to 2.5 Gleeps. Is that good? Is that good? Can you see that? I don't know if you can read that. I sent it to him. He'll see that tomorrow morning. And he's going to be really confused about it. But, you know what? That's what I'm here for, is to confuse him. So, thermography. Thermography is a non-invasive tool. I don't like how this is starting. That uses an infrared camera to produce images. Not really liking how this is going. That show the patterns of heat and blood flow on or near the surface of the body. That doesn't seem like radiography. That is infrared imaging. So that's different. I'm counting that as different. And that is useful for screening breast cancer. Make sure to also refer to him as of Tukleep's lore and John Fitch fame. I've actually heard that. I've heard him referred to in that way. In the intro to every podcast. Anytime I say his name. We don't really have an intro. It's just the way the podcast goes. So there's no really intro. It's kind of just us having a conversation, and I just happen to be recording it. We should have an intro. It's not very professional. I'll put this in lower B tier. It's not very well done, but it is what it is. And we're happy with it, so... At least I'm happy with it. I couldn't care less if he's happy with it. Screw him, man. He's got a bunch of mouths to feed. Visually represent nerve tracts. That's all right. It's all right at best. Vitriography is a fine art printmaking technique that uses a 3/8 inch thick 9.5 millimeters float glass matrix instead of the traditional matrices of metal and other things that I can't read because it's just ellipses. Kind of bad. That's kind of a suck. That's a little bit of a suck. I'm not gonna lie. It's a mid-suck. He doesn't feed anyone, they just feed under the weakest link. He's gonna run out of kids. There used to be 60 of them. Oh my god. It's like a Hunger Games situation, but instead of doing it for the entertainment of the rest of the country, it's a literal fight to have food. It's not a fight to survive, it's a fight to not die. Webliography is a list of websites that pertain to a given topic. It is much like a bibliography, but it is limited to a collection of online resources rather than books and academic journals. It looks like webliography is the same as a webography. So they're the same thing. Word jail. Because I've already ranked webography. Then they ate the weaker half. Yeah. That's unfortunate. I feel bad for them. Not bad enough to share any of my corn. But bad nonetheless. Like, I wish they didn't kill each other. It's not a fight to survive, it's a fight to not die. That's right. That is what I said. I do wish that they didn't have to die, but like a can of This can of corn cost me like $1. I mean, you think I'm just gonna give that away? Without this can of corn, I'd have to fight to eat a kid, you know? So it's like, if I give this away to one of the kids, sure, that kid is going to survive guaranteed for the week or however often they eat. But, like, now suddenly I don't have any food. And I have to eat a kid. Granted, I probably have a better chance of winning in a fight to not die. But I got corn, so I don't have to. You know, maybe one day we can rest. But not today. Zoogeography. I kind of just like the word. Geographical distribution of animals, I think, is important. That's important knowledge. Not like, just to be clear, it's not like this important. But it's about this important. There's so much left. Look at this. That's... So I just did 12-letter words. So we have 13-letter words, which is these. There's 78. 14-letter words is 75. That's these. 15 is 77. And then another 77. And that's all that fits on here. And then we have to move over to the other list. But what is that? Let's do some quick non-calculator math. So hopefully it's accurate. I just did this. So we have 78, 153, 230, 307, 360, 386, 409, 428, 440, 445, 448, 452. I have 452 words left, which means I'm not even halfway. Because there's like 700. Dang. Dang. That's bad. Maybe it's on here. 745. Minus a couple. Like, obviously, I've said before, this zoography and this zoography, I got rid of. This geography and this geography I combined. That's just the way it is. Oh, we're at about the 4-hour mark. What did I get on? How long was the last one? 4 hours and 12 minutes. I think as long as I get over 4 hours, I'm happy. Are you going to update the list when more ography words drop? Otherwise, it would not be definitive. Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard anything, but if they are, if they drop like a DLC or something, I'll definitely update. That's what it's here for, It's not meant to be, out of date. This used to be relevant. No, this is the list. So people can reference it at any point in time. I should probably, when it's done... I used to have a website. I don't have a website anymore. If I do start a website or put a website back up, I could just add the full tier list to a tab of the website. That way I can keep... I don't have to... You know, if they drop like 3 more words, I don't have to do a live stream or a video necessarily to update it. I can just update it on the website. Maybe I would do a quick video saying like, hey, they added these words. This is kind of where I would drop it. Or, you know, maybe 8 years from now, Zincography, they'll add another definition to it that would potentially rise it up in the ranks. I'd be willing to move that stuff too. You know, nothing's set in stone. I want it to be as up to date and I guess as definitive as possible. You know, that's what it's here for. I could do all... I think there's more ology words. List of words that end in ology. Yeah. Yeah, maybe there's a few more of those. Maybe there's 2.5 times as many ology words as there is ography words. Like ufology, I mean, come on. What's the longest one? 30-letter word. There's one 30-letter ology. You want to know what that is? I actually know what it is off the top of my head. It's psychoneuroendocrinoimmunology. Are you worried that someone else is going to make a tier list and so that yours would no longer be the only definitive list? I don't necessarily mind if mine is the only definitive list. In fact, I would encourage others to make a list of their own, and maybe this can get clipped and sent to other people right out of the live stream. If you ever find anyone that is making an ography, just a full ography tier list, or even a partial ography tier list, you know, maybe they're only doing 8-letter ography words. If there's someone out there that's doing any sort of ography tier list, tell them to send it to me. You know, in any way at all. I have multiple email addresses that are public knowledge. Twitter. Even like a YouTube comment would work. Or, you know, there's a lot of different ways to get my attention. I'm not on Twitter a lot, but I check it sometimes. Let me know. Let me see it. I'll take a look at it. I would gladly look at other people's ography lists. I don't care how long it is. I don't care if it's a full 30 hours worth of in-depth ography. You know, like mine probably will be. I'd like to see it because I can then take that and compare it to mine. And maybe they make some good points that I didn't think of. Or, you know, maybe there's some of them that are a little lower on the list that maybe it's lower because I thought whatever that other one was. Is that stratigraphy? I don't remember. No, not that one. I don't remember what it is. But That one that was like the tool to draw the lines on a musical scale, where I think that's pretty useless and outdated. Maybe they know somebody who uses it every day, and that's just some knowledge that I don't have. So maybe it should be ranked higher on the list. That's something I would like to know. That way my list is as accurate as possible. So no, I'm not worried that someone's going to make another one, because I would actually like that. Do I think it would be longer than mine? Probably not. I think it's a giant undertaking to do it. And I don't think a lot of people would do it. But I would like to say confidently that I think my list is and always will be the definitive list. Even if somebody else made their own thing, I think they're a lot less likely to keep a constant updated version of it, you know? Or like you mentioned before, if they do some sort of like 2.0 patch to some of the definitions, are they willing to update their list? That's the real question. I hope so. If I could get someone else, even one other person, you know, in the field of ography ranking, that'd be very helpful. Because right now, we're kind of just going off of what I think, and to a lesser extent, what people watching will think. But, you know, I think it's good to have a healthy, quote unquote, competition, for sure. So if there's anyone you know that you think might be interested in doing an ography tier list, tell them to go for it. You know, they have my blessing. And in all honesty, if they have a decent work ethic, they'll probably finish it before I do. I hope not. I hope I can be the first person to finish an ography tier list. It helps my claim to fame of being the definitive tier list if I'm the first one to do it. So. Also, you should upload episodes of both podcast episodes to this channel. Or a third channel. I could. If we ever went video, which we're not planning to, it's not even come across as a conversation, I probably would. So that people can more directly comment on them. I guess. I definitely can. I really have no arguments as to why not. Maybe I will. I don't know if I still have. I think if I look hard enough, I think I have all of the audio files from every episode of both podcasts. I don't know, it's just, it doesn't hurt anything, but it's just I don't like I've never liked going to YouTube to listen to audio podcasts. It's just weird to be on a video platform and not post a video, I guess. But I have nothing against it. I'll think about it. Because I guess, as far as an audio podcast, really the only way to leave a comment is like a review of the podcast or a direct email to us. So I get what you're saying. I know where you're coming from, for sure.
it wouldn't even be a question about having to ask the other Gleepster. So I do everything technical. He just shows up with his pretty face. I do the recording, I do the editing, I do the posting, everything. You just prefer YouTube versus Spotify on your computer? I guess. It makes sense. Here's the deal. I think I can swing it where I can post it on another channel. If you still download it on Spotify. That way we still have that analytics number all in one place. Because that would be my only problem with it, is splitting analytics. Which honestly isn't that big of a deal. It's just nice to kind of see it all in one place, but duh. Fair enough. Yeah, I'll definitely think about it. But for now, I think I gotta finish. It's almost 11 o'clock already. I gotta finish my editing for the bonus episode tomorrow. Because the bonus episode I don't really do much in advance. Just called Columbia. I mean, I'll take it, man. It makes me happy that other people like what I do, you know? Let me go through this slowly, just in case something happens and I need it again. I can remake it. God forbid. It's like 300 words that I'll have to re-put up. Actually, let me go full screen for this. Let me go full screen for this. That way, just in case I have a full view of whatever I need to put back on here. Oh, gotta love that clicking noise, man. It sounds great. I love it. Alright, there we go. That way I have, just in case, we got a backup. In case I lose it for some reason. I'm thinking about calling the Two Gleaves podcast Venezuela, and the group playlist will be called Grand Columbia. There you go. Venezuela, Colombia, and Grand Columbia. All in one. And then who knows, next year maybe I'll start another podcast, because I seem to do that every year. Jesus. I gotta stop adding things to my load of like things I need to do. I need to calm down. I just have too many things that I want to do all the time. Alright. Oh, this stream's actually longer than the last one. Uh-oh. Alright, here's the deal. This is the end of this stream. I don't know when I'm going to stream again. give me one. Ecuador, you're gonna run out of. I'm gonna have more podcasts than there are countries for you to name it after. That would be a nightmare. Give me 1 month. Well, March 31st. If for whatever reason I haven't streamed again by March 31st, you're allowed to yell at me if you want about it. I got to get better at deadlines, so I don't know. Whatever. This is my punishment if I don't. I'll see you in the comment section of my new podcast channel. My Waking Gleep